everybody. Happy Friday. It's the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports application, all the podcast platforms, and 97.3 HD2. I'm really going to make an effort to start remembering to say that every day, just in case there's somebody out there who wants to listen to the station in crystal clear, high definition, who is done with the AM signal for whatever reason, has a new modern car, and says, hey, you know what? I can listen in high def. It sounds even better. Yeah, you can do that. You can keep it right on the FM dial and listen to us in crystal clear, high definition on 97.3 HD2. Yeah. Well, here we are. It's Friday. We've made it. It's going to be an exceptional Friday based on some of the cool things that we have in store for you guys, like an extra day of Here's the Thing, since, we forgot about it yesterday. That's our fault. We take responsibility. We're willing to own up to our mistakes.
I mean, it's really my fault.
No, it's all of our faults. I mean, we did loudly blame you yesterday, not just here on the show, but specifically to the boss, kind of yelling down the hall like, and then Maura forgot. Yeah, I mean, we want to make sure that Maura takes the blame.
Clearly.
Publicly, but privately, we all know that it was a joint effort to forget about it, and all four of us will share in that. I don't think so we've got Here's the Thing later. We've got G. Scott coming in. Brock's working on a Friday, which is always fun, and, that's great. I got tons of baseball stuff today. We've got a confusing decision made by the Mariners that we'll get through, and I know Lyle's got some question marks about it, and I'm right there with him. We've got Geno Smith signing his deal and some reaction from that now that it's all said and done. But I guess I thought I would start here. Since John Schneider spoke yesterday, he had his John Schneider Show with our friends Wyman and Bob, and they do a great job with that. And he said something that I guess I was a little surprised at. I don't know if it's directed to me, but certainly the texters thought so, because I got a text early this morning saying, Salk, the best quote from Schneider Show is this. And they went on to read the quote, but I'll just play it for you so you hear it. He was asked about what he says to people who are questioning why he hasn't signed an offensive lineman yet this year. And John said, oh, hold on. I got to pull up my sound here. Let me try one more time.
Because you need a car doesn't mean you're going to, buy a $100,000 Pinto.
Okay. Just because you need a car doesn't mean you're going to buy a $100,000 Pinto. Well, good. Nobody should spend. Lyle, do you know what a Pinto is?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask that.
You knew I was going to, didn't you? It's a crappy car. They don't make them anymore because they're terrible, right? I mean, it's just a crappy car.
All right, well, now I know.
Cheap, didn't work very well. Yeah, not a good car. Just because you need a car doesn't mean you have to buy a $100,000 Pinto. I guess I would start by saying, good. Nobody should buy a $100,000 Pinto, right? That's not a good means of transportation. And certainly if you're looking to win, a Grand Prix, the Pinto would not be a great idea for you, nor would it be a smart idea to spend all of your extra money that you could use to upgrade whatever car you're going to get on a Pinto. Totally agree. The thing is, for the last, I don't know, let's call it a decade, you've been driving a Saturn. It's not like for the last decade you've been driving a Mercedes and you're like, hey, I need to upgrade from this Mercedes. You've been driving a Saturn. Your Saturn broke down. Now you need to do something. You need to, and because the goal here is not just to transport yourself from point A to point B. You want to win. You want to win a Super Bowl, which I guess in my silly analogy, which started with John's analogy, is winning a Grand Prix, winning a NASCAR race, winning F1. That's the goal, right? To win the Super Bowl. No, you're right. You're not going to win the Super Bowl with a Pinto on the offensive line. And you're certainly not going to win it by overspending on a Pinto. The problem is that in the last 10 years, you have failed to build anything better than a Saturn. Saturn's not going to do much better than a Pinto is in trying to win a Grand Prix. Can we get a Ferrari? Can we get a Mercedes? Can we get I don't know who uses Red Bull, whatever. I'm not that big up on the F1, but you get my point. I don't think I need to go too deeply into the car deal in order to make the point clear. Nobody wants a $100,000 Pinto. The question is, are all of the cars out there Pintos? Why are there so many Pintos? And if there are, you better be the one person that's finding a Mercedes or a Beamer.
Well, according to you, the Ferraris are dented and are dinged up because you just couldn't have it in Will Fries.
Well, I know. That's the thing that just drives me a little bit crazy. Well, you can't have this Ferrari. It's, they want too much for it. Okay. Like, that's what Ferraris cost. You want to win the F1 or not? The nice thing here, too, is, like, everyone's got the same amount of money to spend. It's not like baseball where you look at Aaron Judge or you look at Shohei Ohtani and you're like, well, we couldn't really compete in that world. You can compete in that world. You can compete in any world you want. You just have to make a decision to do it. And that's the thing that I think gets lost in this conversation, because I know the debate is coming. I know the thoughts are coming. More, you even kind of asked me about it yesterday. How can you say this and ask them to spend money, et cetera, on offensive linemen when you don't consistently rip the Mariners for the same thing? And it's a fair question. It's a fair question. You're right. There is a bit of a disconnect there. But what I would tell you is, in baseball, each team has a different budget. In football, they don't. This is about allocation of resources, not total number of resources. And quite frankly, when I do rip what the Mariners have done with their lineup, it's about the same thing. It's about allocation. Here's your budget. How are you going to allocate it? In baseball, you're right. The allocation is not the same. And if you had more money to allocate, it would allow you to do things differently. No one disputes that. And I've said over and over again, yes, I do think the Mariners should spend more money. I just don't spend all of my time talking about it or focusing on it, because it's not that interesting. It is what it is. That's not an interesting conversation to me. I know it's passionate, but like, okay, it's sort of like a either or. There's no debate there. The debate is in allocation of resources, which is what we do here. We talk about debates. We try to have conversations back and forth. And the debate on allocating your resources and choosing to spend money on Mitch Haniger and on Jorge Polanco and on the people you chose to spend on is more interesting to me than how much you opted to spend total. Well, football makes that even easier because everyone spends roughly the same total. So it's just a matter of how you're choosing to allocate the money that is given you. And I can't understand, not just money, but resources, because it's the draft and it's trade, it's everything. I don't understand how the resources haven't been allocated towards a thing that everyone says is important, specifically for your team. I mean, again, this was in the piece I wrote the other night at seattlesports.com. I don't know how many people read it, but if you were Mike Martz, maybe you could come up with a better example that's a little bit more current, and you were running the greatest show on turf. Yeah, I understand. Go invest in your wide receivers. You got to have them. You're running the greatest show on turf. You literally have come out and said, we want to be more physical. We want to run the ball more. Our offensive philosophy involves only 2 wide receivers instead of 3 or 4. Am I taking crazy pills? This is honestly, there have been a million times over the course of doing this show where I have a bee in my bonnet, much like I do about this, where I totally understand why people don't see it the way I do. A year ago, 2 years ago, it's just a year ago. A year ago, when I was talking about trading DK Metcalf and people were telling me I was crazy, I get it. That's a weird concept. It's a little out of left field. There have been plenty of other things like that over the years where I kind of take up a cause, and I totally get why people think I'm crazy. Am I crazy for wanting the Seahawks to have a better offensive line and not understanding why they don't? Isn't this like the call of the people? What am I missing? For years, everyone in town has said one thing: you got to have a better offensive line. I'm saying it now, and the answer is Salk, stop. What? Guys, we're all on the same side here. Maybe I'm saying it in a more sarcastic way because I'm so sick of it now that I've gotten all the way to sarcasm. But who am I offending when I say that you got to have more? Yeah, you got to have more than a Pinto. No kidding. Who wants a Pinto for your offensive line? Get a Mack truck. I don't care how much they spend. Get an 18-wheeler. You got to do something, especially for a team that says over and over again what kind of a philosophy they have. This is mind-boggling to me.
You're pretty fired up at 6 a.m. on a Friday.
I don't mean to be, and this isn't even about John. It's honestly, like, I can't believe that 100% of the response to this isn't, yes, thank you, Mike, for saying so. You should be thanking. No, I'm just kidding. But I can't fathom how anybody is sitting here disagreeing. I can't fathom it. You can't fathom it.
You want me to send us to break on a high note?
Yes, please do.
There was a picture that the Seahawks tweeted out of Bert Kreischer in the building. Maybe it was recently, or maybe it's an old photo, whatever.
Who is that?
Bert Kreischer?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a famous comedian.
Oh, okay.
And
he thinks it's funny to just be like, he's kind of got a pot belly and he's just shirtless all the time.
Ugh.
I don't find it that entertaining.
I could do that. Yeah, anyway.
There was a quote tweet that said, "These interior offensive line visits are getting crazy."
I mean, anyway, I don't know what I'm missing. If you guys have thoughts, you can certainly text 866-979-3776. I do feel like I'm taking crazy pills and looking around, and I, for the life of me, can't understand how we're not all on the same page. Tell me what I'm missing. We'll come back with everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We feel like they have the players, but do they have it on the offensive line? That's a huge question mark.
The only thing that I guess keeps me from being too anxious about the line, when they see a problem, they tend to rectify it right there. I mean, both of your offseason acquisitions at linebacker didn't make it to the end of the season. Why would that be any different with the O-line? If you looked at somebody on that line and said, this guy just does not have it, he'd be gone.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Mariners have a great slate of giveaways all month long. Don't miss the Cal Raleigh Platinum Glove bobblehead giveaway Monday, April 7th through Wednesday, April 9th against the Astros. All 3 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats and a bobble for as little as $10. Then the fun continues with Corduroy Hat Night Friday, April 11th, presented by Alaska Airlines, and Salute to Armed Forces Night Saturday, April 12th, featuring a camo jersey giveaway thanks to Boeing. Go to mariners.com to get your tickets today.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little, but Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine & More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21. For down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
It's our 23rd anniversary, and we're celebrating by giving you the chance to become a millionaire. That's right, a chance at $1 million. Join us on this road to riches every Saturday in April, with 2 winners drawn every hour from 4 to 9 p.m. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 10 p.m. on the 26th, we're giving away a 2025 Mercedes-Benz worth $50 grand. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, I'm not sure how many times in Major League history 2 starters with the same name have made back-to-back starts for the same team. I know it occurred in 2000 with the 2 Bobby Joneses for the Mets. That was my guess. And, of course, Alex Mayer with the Mariners confirmed it. But it's going to occur later today. The Mariners calling up Luis F. Castillo to take the start this afternoon in San Francisco against none other than Justin Verlander. He'll take Emerson Hancock's spot in the rotation. But the way they're doing it is also sort of interesting because he's not going to pitch in a few days. So they're going to push back both Bryce Miller and Brian Wu. So they're going to pitch on 6 days rest, not 4, not 5, but 6 days rest. And then, yeah, he will end up slotting back in, in Cincinnati if and when Emerson Hancock comes back, right?
I thought there's another start built in there, no?
No, I think there is, but it's bizarre the way all of this works out. Anyway, Jorge Polanco should be back in the lineup today. He returns from the paternity list, which is great, sending Leo Rivas back to Tacoma. We are a week in, and John Morosi joining Wyman and Bob yesterday is not too impressed with what he's seeing.
This season feels a lot like the last couple seasons in the sense that they're off to a little bit of an underwhelming start. Not a terrible one, but just a bit of an underwhelming one. And they're probably going to have to get right down to September and win a lot of low-scoring games to get into the dance. That's what I'm seeing right now. I think in their division, maybe there's some surprises. Again, it's just 1 week, but I think Texas has been able to withstand their injuries better than I expected. I think the Angels are a little better than I expected them to be. The Astros look vulnerable, but again, the Mariners have not quite hit enough to take advantage.
I think all of that is true, but they have their next opportunity to turn it around, again, against Justin Verlander later this afternoon.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
3 weeks before the draft, John Schneider just about ready. He joined Wyman and Bob also yesterday and said, look, there's a lot of noise outside.
Depending on who puts it out there, sure, but it's an alert for us to say, okay, well, let's go back because we had a great interview with the players, so let's go back and interview them again. Let's spend more time with them. Let's have our coaches spend more time with them. Yeah, it's just more of an alert than it is like, okay, well, we're just gonna listen to that and pull the player off because of it.
I think it makes perfect sense, right? And the more research you can do, you got to get it right. It's so important. I love that. It's a great answer. He also did speak on the fullback that everyone is so excited about, including me.
I think it's making a comeback. Two-back, we don't get enough time. College football or pro football, we've talked about this in the past, so the fundamentals aren't great. When you're talking about preparing for a two-back offense, your run fits, that's a lot now. You really just one back. They're preparing for that. So to be able to, when Clint came in, I know Mike was real fired up about, okay, we're gonna have a fullback in our offense. It's actually a position we're working on right now in free agency as well as the draft. But
good, yeah, let's go. Bring one in, baby. I'm all in on the fullback thing. Love it. One of my favorite positions, until it essentially became extinct. Went the way of the dodo. But yeah, I'm all in on the fullbacks, and it sounds like they're going to find one here in the near future.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yes, the Geno Smith saga is finally over. He agreed to a new extension in Vegas yesterday, reportedly worth $75 million over 2 years with incentives that could raise that number up to $86 million. More importantly, about 66 guaranteed, so roughly double what the Seahawks guaranteed to Sam Darnold. In terms of total money, the two deals pretty similar. Maximum amount is really within a few $1 million of each other, but obviously the guarantee is a big, big difference. Here's Ian Rappaport on that.
A positive move by the Las Vegas Raiders and Geno Smith to agree to terms on his extension today. It is 2 years, up to $85.5 million. That includes the incentives. It is 2 years, $75 million at its base, so right around where Derek Carr is with the New Orleans Saints and a little over where Sam Darnold is, just based on average per year, new money from where Sam Darnold is with the Seahawks. Of course, Geno Smith traded from his old team, the Seahawks, to the Raiders, in part because they didn't want to go where he wanted to go on a contract extension. Now gets a new one with the Raiders. He gets $66.5 million in guarantees.
All right, we'll have a lot more thoughts on that coming up at 7 o'clock. Men's Final Four, Saturday, Florida and Auburn just after 3 o'clock. Houston and Duke will be just before 6. Women's Final Four tonight, South Carolina at 4 o'clock taking on Texas. UConn, UCLA, man, a couple of blue bloods at 6 p.m. That is everything you need to know. And we do a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I've got about...
I thought of... Oh, you have a bunch of texts.
No, go ahead.
I thought of you during that Ian Rappaport cut just because he said that the price was a reason that they couldn't reach a deal here,
right.
Which you always say how he gets everything wrong. That doesn't seem to be accurate because they talked about how they couldn't even really get him to come to the table and make them a counteroffer.
Yeah, I know. The whole thing has gotten pretty confusing in terms of what went down, and we'll dig more into that at 7 o'clock. I text. Did I have a couple texts? Maura, I got more texts than I've ever seen at this time in the morning. I'm freaking out over here.
The morning crowd riled up.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of people just saying, no, Salk, I do agree with you, and that's great. I appreciate it. 360 has a good one here. John made his point on Wyman and Bob yesterday when he said something like, just because I need a car doesn't mean I should pay $100,000 for a Pinto. The problem is, and this is according to the 360, that it seems when he looks at cars, all he ever sees are Pintos. That, or he needs a beat-up pickup to get the job done. But he does see others with brand-new F-350s. Yeah, I wouldn't mind an F-350 or two. We'll see. I think G's coming in today. He may disagree with this, so good. I know Brock seems to disagree. Apparently, I'm on an island. I must be taking crazy pills. I must be the only one in town who thinks the Seahawks need a better offensive line. I can't imagine how that's happened. Coming up next, Daniel Jeremiah. He's as good as it gets, and he'll take us inside the draft process, including the couple of names that he really sees are the best fits for Seattle. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
What might be different with Dan Wilson? The type of baseball that feels slightly more sustainable. Like when they won last year, this is what it looked like.
Yeah.
Maybe you score late, maybe your run production is in an inning, maybe two. It's usually bombs, and then your pitching is elite enough to hold the other team to 2 or less.
Bombs won the game. But we know the philosophy of this team is kind of just put the ball in play and advance these runners.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel, walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Get up to $5,000 in local utility rebates, and Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Plus, Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Get ready, because Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD this summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. Go to snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Appropriate to have a little Pearl Jam before we talk to our man in San Diego, Daniel Jeremiah. This year, the Vetter Cup is real, with an actual Vetter Cup between the two cities. Good morning, DJ. We've missed you.
Oh, it's great to be with you guys. Sorry, I was a little bit tardy yesterday, but excited to be back on with you guys. And I'll be even more excited to talk about baseball. If you guys want to talk about baseball,
I think we do.
Draft, we can do that.
No, I think we'll talk about the draft. Maybe even before we get to the draft, could we talk about like everything that's happened since we spoke last? I mean, how many conversations did we have over the course of the season about DK's future, about Geno's future, and then about a week or so before it all went down, we played a little sound from our friend Daniel Jeremiah on the Move the Sticks podcast as he keeps saying, well, what if they were to trade both of those guys? Lo and behold, not more than a week or so later, that's exactly what happened. What do you make of everything that's gone on in Seattle?
I just think it was an inflection point, and I thought, you know, as we started getting into the off-season mode and started looking at it, and you talk to people that, you know, are connected in that building, including your co-host, and you just start looking at everything that goes on in the history of the league, you just kind of get a feel for these are kind of a pivot point, and this felt like the right time to do that.
Had Pete Carroll not gone to Las Vegas, could these wheels have spun the way they did?
I still think you would have found a taker. I think you would have found similar compensation for Geno somewhere. So I think it made more sense about where he was leaving as opposed to where he was going. I think they would have found some place for him, you know. So and I think the opportunity with Sam being available made that whole thing kind of come together. So I think it was more about Sam being available and being a target and feeling like you can get similar, hopefully better production, but you're going to get younger and you just feel a little bit more comfortable with that investment. So I think that was a little bit more about Sam than it even was about Geno.
Well, I think you know where I stand on it. I mean, I spent all year asking you and everybody else, like, hey, is there any way this could happen? Could they move on from Geno? Can they please move on from DK and Geno? Like, I was overjoyed. The thing that surprised me most, and maybe you could shed some light on it, I've asked Brock and Moore and Lyle here about 1,000 times, and I've gotten good answers from them, but I'll ask you as well. Why do you think the Seahawks have been so quick to say, like, hey, we didn't want to do any of this? Geno wanted to be traded. DK wanted to be traded. We offered them both deals. That's the one part that doesn't, because I agree with everything you said. It was an inflection point. It was time to move on. Why do the Seahawks seem to be so intent on saying that they didn't want to?
Well, I think some of that happens whenever you have guys leave, right? Because it's cover. You know, if the guy goes on to have success and you don't have to hear like, gosh, why did you guys move on from him? We'd like, hey, look, we tried. We had a good faith effort. We put what our value number was out there, and he didn't want it. So it's more if he broke up with us, we didn't break up with him. So some of that's in all of sports. I don't think that's specific to the NFL or to moving on from a quarterback. But the other thing is I think they had a very different opinion of what his value was, and they stuck to their number, which I think most smart teams do.
How do you think it'll go for both those guys in their new locales? For DK out in Pittsburgh, for Geno down in Vegas?
Well, let's see. I mean, you've got with Pittsburgh, I mean, we're assuming that Aaron Rodgers is going to go there, but nothing's locked in there at this point in time. I don't know how great of a fit that is with Rodgers. That's not his typical style of receiver. So, I think that the success of that decision by Pittsburgh is going to be determined off who the quarterback is next year and beyond, because this feels like this is just kind of a one-year flyer that they'll take on Aaron Rodgers. I don't think that's a perfect match, a perfect fit with DK Metcalf. I guess they're throwing together at UCLA, but that one to me doesn't seem like it doesn't look like any of the receivers he's had success with throughout his career. So I'm not as bullish on that one.
What do you think of Sam Darnold?
I've always been a fan of Sam Darnold. I've always believed in Sam Darnold's ability, and I think I just thought there's so many people that had just put their feet in the ground on him and had decided that, okay, we haven't seen anything good. He's never going to be good. He's not good. And it was like they were just eyeballing the first sign of regression, and then they were gonna throw away the whole rest of the season based off the last 2 games. And I think Sam even said as much, or you've heard it said that, look, the one game at the end of the year against the Lions was on him. He didn't play well. It was on the road and a chance to win that division. He did not play well. In the playoff game, nobody was playing well in that situation. He got the tar kicked out of him. I mean, they couldn't protect. He had no chance. And I always just tell people that are crucifying him over those 2 games, well, then you better be the same person who's crucifying Patrick Mahomes for the Super Bowl then too, because that's the same type of a situation. I don't care how great you are. When you can't pass protect and you got no time and you're getting the crud kicked out of you, it's not going to look good, and that's what happened in that last game with Minnesota. So I believe in Sam, and I think Seattle is a perfect place because they've seen a quarterback who was drafted and talked about the tools that he possessed, and it didn't quite work out for a while, and he just kind of needed to get in that right spot and that right fit, and then off he goes. So I was like, this is a Geno Jr. situation. I mean, it's history repeating itself.
Well, and obviously he won't have that offensive line problem here because they've taken so many steps to address it. It's so much better now.
Here we go. I'm looking forward to seeing what the draft brings here.
It better bring something. John's already said there's no centers, so there's nothing you can do.
DJ, congratulations, DJ. On Tuesday, it took exactly 7 minutes to get to this point with Jeff Passan.
Here we are.
Yeah, and Jeff Passan said, well, there's always an octave change. You can tell with Salk, there's an octave change in the voice.
Yeah.
It took exactly 7 minutes to get to DJ and with DJ before the sarcasm.
To be fair, you can't sign anybody. Nobody is signable. It's hard to sign anyone because everyone is a problem. This guy's too big. This guy's too slow. This guy's too fast. This guy's not big enough. This guy won
football.
It's just hard because there aren't any good offensive linemen, which is why no one signed any.
But you forgot also the other side of that, which is now we have new coaches. We're going to make our existing players better. So that's
unfortunately, I'm watching that with the Mariners and they're hitting, and I'm not seeing a lot of that. So it's really hard
the batter's
for me to
eye,
believe
man. Come on, it's just the batter's eye issue. That's all.
Yeah, and it's just been the coaching for the last decade with 5 different coaches.
Okay,
on the
help me on
offensive
this
line.
one, then, DJ.
You got to find offensive linemen.
Help me on this one.
You can't make baseball analogies right now, okay? Because all I can think of is 7-0. Merrill's extended for the next 9 years. I totally lost my train of thought.
Ooh, he's good.
Help me understand this one. Some just bricks and mortar behind the scenes. How much do organizations, and in this case the Seattle Seahawks, look at this upcoming draft? They've done the work. They've been at the combine. They've got their grades. They've got their feeling of how they're going to project these prospects into this draft in 3 weeks. And how much do they compare that with what is on the free agent market? So when it comes to Will Fries and Tevin Jenkins and Lucas Patrick and the number of guys they brought through their building to say, okay, this is what we've got coming. Here's the multitude of different options we have on April 24th and 25th and 26th. Let's compare that to these guys coming through the door here, and how much of a role does that play in activity or inactivity?
Well, I think that's 100% part of it. I mean, you're trying to evaluate the whole, and the challenge is in this particular year is you had a combination of 2 things, which put some teams in a hard spot, which is you have one of the worst free agency years that we've seen. So there's not a ton of talent out there. And every team, because of the TV contracts, has oodles and oodles of bucks. So everybody has space, which means we are set up for drastic overpays. So if you look at free agency from a traditional value standpoint, you're like, look what Banks got. Like, are you kidding me? Like, we're not paying him that. Like, that's insane. But when there's so many teams with so much money and such a dearth of talent, you're going to get massive overpays. And so if you're not comfortable grossly overpaying, you're not getting anybody in this offseason.
Where do you live in San Diego? I know you're in San Diego. Where do you live?
East County.
Oh, East County. Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's some of the homes in San Diego are pretty pricey, right? I mean, they're not always the nicest, not every home, but if you want to live in Encinitas, if you want to live in, You know,
can't find anything
Del
decent
Mar.
under $2 million.
Yeah, it's hard because it's expensive because, you know, that's just what the price is. And you're overpaying for that house because of all of those reasons. But if you want to live there, then that's what you got to spend on a house. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, that's what it costs. And when you've been homeless for 10 years, at some point, you're going to have to spend the money on a house if you want to live somewhere. It's really frustrating to me, and I don't know which of the guys that went other places they should have had. I'm not a scout. I don't pretend to be. I don't know whether Tevin Jenkins was great or Ryan Kelly or any of the other guys that went from one team to another, but at least 6, 7, 8, 9 guys changed teams at the offensive line, interior offensive line spot, and none of them would have been a good fit here? None?
Well, I think, to keep your analogy rolling, I think that they evaluated the housing market and they thought that maybe some of these houses were needed a little bit of renovation. Some of them, they did not love the location, and they know with the draft coming, there's new condos that are being built in the next couple months, and they can maybe go get one of those cheaper condos, and then they can spend their money elsewhere. Maybe
so
on
is that
a
what
nice
they're going to
vacation
do?
spot.
Did they have to do that now, though?
I mean, look, I would be shocked if, you know, their first 3 picks don't include one of those guys. And that's at least one plug and play starter, which you should be able to find here. And then you just try and you take some shots as you go throughout the draft. But they're going to have to address a position 100%.
Your favorite today, 3 weeks from today, and we'll let you sharpen your pencil over the next 3 weeks as you hone in and listen and everything else. But if you were to kind of say today, man, the home run pick for an interior offensive lineman to fit this new scheme and to fit these Seahawks and plug and play starter day one is
Gray Zabel. I would take Gray Zabel. I think he can do everything. I love Booker. Booker in gap scheme and just power and, you know, firm pocket and, you know, intelligence, leadership, all that stuff off the charts. I'm still a Booker fan. I love Booker. But to me, Gray Zabel can give you the majority of that stuff, as well as the ability to get out in space and do things second level and pull them and just give you the versatility. Plus, he's got legit 5-position flex on an offensive line that's had injury issues, you know, over the years. Having a guy like that who you can kind of shuffle the deck around a little bit, I thought he would be just a tremendous value for them.
So in chatting with the folks around there a little bit, what I've come to understand, DJ, is one of the most important components that these, and man, they got a run game. Since we talked to you, they've got an O-line coach, an assistant O-line coach, a run game coordinator, a run game analyst. I mean, they brought in as much resources I've ever seen an organization bring in within this scheme. From what I understand, they say, hey, first step quickness is a priority. It's a premium if you're going to run this kind of zone blocking scheme. Who are a few of the linemen not named Gray Zabel that may be in the second and third round, guys that have a really great first step twitch that could also be fits?
Yeah, and the first name actually that pops into mind, and he might be more of a third, fourth round pick, but just when the first name that popped up is actually Jonah Monheim from SC. Now, his issue has just been a little bit of, you know, strength anchor. But, man, like you're talking just first step quickness. Can you get out and move? He's outstanding with that. And he's really, really smart on top of that. So that's more like, you know, third, fourth round type. Going through my list here and looking at some of the other guys with quickness, I think Donovan Jackson plays with quickness out of Ohio State. I think he's my 41st player. I think he's going to go in the second round, probably top half of the second round would be my guess. Other guys, I know he doesn't have length, which worries some people, but again, probably fourth round. Joshua Gray from Oregon State is someone who can really move, has got excellent quickness. Is a good football player. Again, you're just trying to get around the length. But those are a couple names if we're just going to focus on that specific trait.
We spent a little time talking about the idea of a trade with that pick, and Bill Barnwell had thrown this one out there, so I'll throw it at you and get your thought on it. Essentially giving up number 18, getting back Wyatt Teller, the guard from Cleveland, and also the 33rd and 67th pick. So you get the first pick in the second round, third pick in the third round, plus a guard in order to move back from 18. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at Wyatt Teller and study him a little bit more. I mean, he was a great player a few years ago. I don't know where his level of play is at currently. So I wouldn't have the wisdom to offer a take on that one. But I do like in this particular draft, I do like getting into day 2 as much as possible. I think that's kind of the sweet spot, for what this draft is. I've talked to teams about all the time, Brock, and like we're going over players. And you can talk to one team and they're like, this guy's going to go in the 50s. And you talk to another team and they're like, this guy's going to go in the teens. Like that's the range. I mean, it's all over the map.
Is that rare?
I would say it's become more commonplace over the last few years. But I just think this year I don't know. There's been similarly graded players, but this year they're lower graded. You know what I mean? So, like on our grading scale, it's like, man, in years past we might have had more like 6.4, 6.5, 6.7 type grades, and there's some similarities with some teams. And this year it's like the whole draft is just full of 6.3s, which are like traditional second round type players.
Brock and I got into a debate yesterday as we're talking to Daniel Jeremiah. I ended up writing about it a little bit last night about this whole, this dichotomy you hear every year. Best available or need. And I think I'm done with this debate. I don't ever want to hear it. It doesn't make any sense. There have to be more options,
explain it?
right?
Can I explain it?
Yeah, let him explain it first.
Please do, yeah.
Okay, so here's how this works, because every year you hear this, and every team, you'll notice, and listen to the post press conferences. We stuck to our board. We went with best available player, which means they're the highest rated player. So you got the board going horizontal, right, which is all the positions, so you grade them up that way, and then you have to meld them together to put your master list together. So what happens is teams organize their list. They stack their list, they grade them and then they stack them and move them over to their overall list by their need. And then what they do is they say, yep, we took the best available player. Yeah, but you just stacked your list based off your need. So what the heck is the difference?
Well, I'm glad you say that, because that sort of fits the point I was trying to make. There's no way that those are the only two options. Should I take the best available player or should I take my biggest need? Oh, I don't know. What about a third option? And for me, the word that I was using with Brock yesterday is impact. Which position is going to give you impact? You might have one player who's a higher graded player than another, maybe even at a position of bigger quote unquote need. But if it's not a position that provides a tremendous amount of impact for the style that you want on your team, then you probably shouldn't draft him there.
Yeah, I think impact's a good word. I think there's also the financial component to this that I've heard way more over the last handful of years, which is like we were talking about. Who was it? Was talking to a team, and I was discussing how would you stack this little clump of receivers versus it might even been like it was a defensive tackle, I believe, and he said his point was, well, with what I'd have to pay a receiver on the open market and the lack of quality receivers who ever even get to the market anymore, it's too much value for me to take the defensive tackle. Like there's going to be defensive tackles in free agency. We can find one if we need one. But like impact receivers, like those guys are going for $30 million a year and they don't get to the market. So
you better take a guard then, or better take a guard or a center, because apparently all the ones that get to the free agent market are overpriced and not very good. So you better be drafting three of them.
This car always ends up in the same garage in this conversation.
DJ, for the last month in your absence, remember Nickelodeon growing up and they get slimed? I'm sitting there every day getting slimed by sarcasm, and I'm trying to put like a different shield or something. Like I don't know what more I can say on this. Here is a question though. So I'll use the word value.
I'm glad to have a new target in DJ to put this instead of you.
Yeah, now you're sick of me too. Here you go. Come sit by me. It's gonna be wonderful. Do teams put, and I think you just kind of answered there as you laid out that board, do teams put a different premium by position? So yesterday, as we were debating this, I said, Salk, okay, so here's the deal. X receiver at number 18, he's got an 8.2 grade. He's just a phenomenal whatever. And then you've got interior lineman at a 6.8 grade, right? But that, positionally, and certainly the need on your team, in this case the Seahawks, obviously have a huge need on the interior offensive line. But do teams, by and large, across the league, put premiums on big people, O-line, D-line, versus some of those other perimeter positions?
I think different teams handle that differently. It's not all the same. Okay. So some teams are just going to say, like, I go into the draft with my goal in the first round to take the best available big guy, either side of the line of scrimmage. The Eagles, for the most part, and they've taken receivers and they've done, they've gone off that script a little bit. but that's their preference. Is if they have it anywhere close, they're going to take the bigger guy. There's several teams that think that way, but there's other times where I've been in teams, I go back to my time in the Ravens. This is like in the early 2000s, and I don't remember who the coach was, but it was like we needed another safety to play next to Ed Reed, and he was like, we can't line up and play with what we have right now. So you can talk about all these other positions, and you want to guard, and I know that this coach wants that, and we can't line up and play week 1. I don't have a safety, and so that's those conversations, and then sometimes that works, and sometimes the general manager says, thanks, appreciate it. Well, you don't get to sit in the draft room during the draft. You go back to your office, and we'll conduct our business, and we'll get you safety in the 5th round, and you'll make it work.
I don't think that I'd be invited into the draft
No,
office right now.
Salk would be absent. And along those lines, at Salk's school down there at Pomona, they had a grading scale. Of course they did, DJ, to what, 12, Salk?
12-point scale.
Yeah, they had 12.0.
Nice. It was used a 12-point scale.
Yeah, they're 3x better than everybody else, by and large, and that's okay, at least in their own mind. How different are the different grading scales? You mentioned some of these teams got this guy in the teens, this guy in the 50s.
Yeah.
How much differently do the Seahawks grade through their scouting department with John? It's been here forever. How much differently do they grade, versus their peers in the league, you think?
Well, there's 2 different styles of grade. So you have teams who grade by their role. So like when I was the Ravens system that came from Belichick, so it's you can kind of follow that lineage and that tree in those teams. We had them, like the grades were correlated with, 8-0 was like a perfect player. Then you'd have, go all the way down the list where 6-7 was a day 1 impact starter. 6-3 was, you're saying he is an eventual starter. He's going to start. 6-1 was a potential starter. So it was based off of your role. 59 is a backup. 57 is a practice squad player. And then there's other teams, then that's that go by the rounds. So they just have assessed the value of the overall player. He's a 1-5, like he's a middle of the first round. He's a 2-2. He's a top of the second round. Like they kind of do their grading scale that way. So those are 2 different ways to do it, either kind of by rounds or by deciding whether or not they're a starter, backup.
Last thing,
so on and so forth.
Before you run here is let's just talk quarterbacks real quick.
So bored. See, Brock tries to ask like a scouting question. Like, let's get in the minutia.
I guess I was trying to think about our audience and what they might care about.
Salk just like literally fell asleep.
We need a lineman.
Eyes closed.
I thought the audience might want to hear about quarterbacks before you go, so I thought maybe I would bring you back around and ask
Salk,
about
man
quarterbacks.
Of the people.
That's me. I represent everybody out there. Thank you, Maura. How's the quarterback movement going, and maybe specifically about Jackson Dart?
It's interesting, man. There's
finally
some people think that we'll see 3 quarterbacks go in the first round. And there's people that think we might have 1 quarterback go in the first round, and then it's a free-for-all on day 2 for everybody. And I'm like, that seems extreme to me. But there are people in the league that think there's at least an outside chance that happens. We have 1 go 1-1 overall, and then there's a waiting period there. So, look, we're 3 weeks out. There's stuff getting thrown against the wall all over the place, but I've had that conversation with a couple different teams.
Right. I wouldn't ask you that question.
Real quick,
out.
Real quick. Would you consider Jackson Dart either at 18 or in the second round?
He's my 35th, 36th player. So, yeah, that would put him – I'm doing my due diligence for sure. I think I want to – I'm a Sam Darnold guy, so I would prefer to try and help Sam here with this first pick. If somehow Jackson Dart's still floating around there in the second round, that might just be a situation where this is value here. I'll take it.
DJ, we cannot – you understand something, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you do, actually. You get a little taste of Salk. You've gotten to know him over the last 9 months.
Yeah.
You don't understand.
What?
If the Seahawks draft a wide receiver at 18, Salk's
going to be out of my mind.
He will be so apoplectic. I know that we've agreed to talk to you, I think, a time or 2 after the draft.
Yeah, you might not want to. You might want to bail.
Do you understand what will happen? What are the possibilities right now, percentage chance that the Seahawks take a – because we've seen it mocked with a bunch of these different guys – the percentage chance today the Seahawks take a wide receiver at 18?
I don't think I've ever had that in these. The only one that I had was the last mock I got right here, because this was my situation. Yeah, because this was that
would not make me vomit, by the way. Tight end would be fine.
Because when the way this one worked out, because Zabel went 16 to the Cardinals, so he was off the board. And this one, Colston
DJ, your
Loveland was
peers, many of your peers put a wide receiver at 18.
Either Golden or McMillan.
Yes.
No, I don't see that. But to me, that was Loveland's like my 6th or 7th player. So I mean, at some point in time, I'm like, this guy helps my quarterback, and that's tremendous value.
We obviously miss you because we have too many questions. 10 seconds. If you were going to draft Loveland at 18, is it worth trading up to 13, 14 to get Tyler Warren?
They're very closely graded. If you told me Loveland was going to fall to me, I'd take Loveland.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Good to hear. Awesome.
Do whatever you want to do with the other 4 seconds.
I love it.
Will the Padres lose before next Wednesday, when we talk to
Going to Chicago? It's a little cold there for us.
It's chilly. Oh,
I'd vomit.
That's, again, my reaction if they decide to take a wide receiver at number 18. There you go. A great chat with Daniel Jeremiah. We'll do it again on Wednesday at 8:30. And, if they do draft a wide receiver, apparently I'm going to be on King 5 TV that night, hosting with Paul Sylvie. So you may get to see my head pop off right there on live television. We'll see what goes down if they end up drafting a wide receiver. But they won't. That would be crazy. Brock's in next, and Brady wrote a heck of a piece that I'd like to talk to Brock about. It's next on Brock and Salk.
For down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Which Seahawks offensive lineman will have the biggest jump in 2025?
I think it's going to be Chris Haynes. The more I watch this film, the more I understand the offense, I think that this fits him. I think everyone's going to improve. I think Man's going to improve, Gerald's going to improve. But the way he plays the game now fits this type of offense. If Kubiak were here last year, Chris Haynes would have gotten more opportunity.
For down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Washington State has the 3rd highest cost of living in the nation. If Olympia politicians raise taxes again, the cost of everything from groceries and gas to housing will go up even more. They've already doubled spending over 10 years, with little to show for it. Washington State needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Demand smarter state spending now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification. We want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, Brock, we can stop asking when the Geno Smith deal is going to get done. It's done. He finally signed.
Mm-hmm.
Now that it's over, what do you think happened? Like, now that the whole saga is over and Geno's got the money he wanted, sort of, right? And it turns out to be in real money just a little bit potentially more than Darnold, but in guaranteed money, it's a fair amount more. Now that it's totally over.
Yep.
What was this about? Was it about respect? Was it about Pete just re-entering the league and those guys wanted to be together? Was it the team just preferred Darnold over Geno and Darnold's availability changed the deal? After all of this, now that it's totally done, what do you think it was?
If the Seahawks wanted to do that deal, they could have done that deal. When those numbers came out yesterday, that was my very first. There's a couple things that struck me. That was probably number one. That was not some kind of structure, some kind of deal that was like, wow, Seahawks weren't doing that. There's like a poison pill in there. There was no way that could happen. That was a deal that, reasonable minds and reasonable sides could have come together if John and Mike McDonald and the Seahawks organization wanted to do that deal. So I think that's number one. Those numbers tell me that. There's two other factors, and DJ hit on one of those yesterday, that market conditions, as markets are apt to do, market conditions can change. Had Minnesota franchise Sam Darnold? Salk, had Minnesota franchise Sam Darnold? And he wasn't available. I don't know if they pivot to and don't do the deal with Geno.
Okay.
I asked him yesterday if Pete Carroll wasn't in the market. He said, well, there could have been other teams, but man, that is an advocate you want. You know those memes that you'll see?
So you think it's all of these things that I just said, that all of them played a role?
I think they all played a role, but bottom line, if the Seahawks want to do that deal, they could have done that deal.
Would Geno have done the deal with the Seahawks? That's the other part of it, because that's the thing we all keep leaving out because it doesn't seem to fit the whole scenario. But that's the other part of it, is maybe Geno would have said no to the Seahawks. I don't know. I after reading and thinking about it last night, I guess I don't know. This is guesswork, not this is all guesswork, not reporting or anything like that. But I think, yes, it's probably a combination of all of these things. It was a perfect storm. Geno was upset and there was a respect factor from the past. I do think that Pete coming back in played a role in it. I do think that you're right. Darnold's availability had to play some sort of a role in their decision because, otherwise, what are you going to do?
Maybe Geno's people, you want a little more speculation? Maybe, and this is speculation, this isn't any inside knowledge, maybe they kind of caught wind that, when they're all talking at the combine and around that time, a little before that time, that Sam Darnold's not going to get franchised. And, man, these Seahawks and John's pretty enamored with him. They really, respect him, and he's younger than Geno. Maybe just kind of caught wind, and Geno's like, okay, enough.
I'll just say this then. I hope
you
that's
don't love me the way that Pete loves me.
I hope that's the case. Honestly, more than anything, I hope that's it. I hope that it's that they just prefer Darnold. That's the best case scenario, right? Is that they said, look, we have X, we have Y, we prefer Y, let's transition. Great. I love it. That's my hope, that it had nothing to do with the guaranteed money or the contract or Geno's, frustration. No, we just like this guy better. That's what I want. Upgrade. I hope that they upgraded at quarterback, at least in their mind, so that they're trying to move this thing forward. And it is interesting reading Brady's piece yesterday. I know you read it as well. Great job by our friend Brady Henderson, as always. He managed to find time between 18 whole outings to put together a really nice piece.
It's a long flight from Florida back.
Like 6 hours back, six and a half. This is the thing that jumped out to me most, and you guys should read it. Brady does a great job. It's at ESPN.com. This offense is going to have, at most, 5 of the same starters from last year. I mean, it's like going to be 4 or 5 starters. And he used the word rebuild of the offense. And when you start thinking about it that way, look, the 2 tackles will probably be the same, although in theory, Abe Lucas is different from your starter last year at the beginning. Jackson, Smith, and Jigba, and then maybe the tight end, but I'm not convinced Noah Fant is going to be the starting tight end for this team this year. Running back, I'm not sure that it's going to be Ken Walker again and that it won't end up being Zach Charbonnet when it's all said and done. Maybe one of the guards ends up starting again, depending on how the next couple of weeks go, but it really is like a completely different, not to mention the offensive coordinator and everybody else on the offensive coaching staff. This is a totally different offense. And maybe if you truly just didn't like what you had last year, Mike McDonald's like, yeah, that's not the offense I want. I inherited X, Y, and Z. I don't want those guys. Get me new people. I want people that fit my ideas rather than the old guys' ideas. And when you think about it that way, yeah, I guess you move on to Darnold. You move on from the wide receiver, and you build your team the way you want to build it.
Yeah, how'd they run it last year, by the way?
Not well.
Not well.
No.
Both in volume and efficiency. It was just not. It was and there is no defensive-minded head coach that will ever play this game without a run game on the other side.
But it's perfect, though, because they've decided to address that problem by doing nothing.
So I'm not even going to play that game.
You're
on
not?
Friday. No, I'm
Why?
not going to play this game.
But we've got
Friday.
new John Schneider sound about it because John spoke. Have you heard the John Schneider sound on this? Have you heard this?
Go ahead.
Here's John's analogy about the whole offensive line thing.
Because you need a car doesn't mean you're going to, buy a $100,000 Pinto.
Was that to you?
I don't know who it was. No, the question was about whether people are asking him questions about why he hasn't signed an O-lineman.
Peg and Mike had a Pinto back in the day when we were young.
They spent $100,000 on it?
No, and then realized, like, man, the boys are going to get a little big here drinking all this milk, and this Pinto is just not going to work anymore.
Not gonna.
I wonder what you can get a vintage Pinto for today. You might be $100,000. Might be $100,000.
I understand. I mean, I went off on this at 6 o'clock. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't want you to sign a $100,000 Pinto either. But unfortunately, everywhere John looks, he sees Pintos. This is a Pinto, and that's a Pinto, and this is a Pinto, and that's a Pinto. They're not all Pintos. Like, some of them have to be something else. And by the way, your current offensive line is a broken down Saturn from 1996. We need something more. Can we find a Mack truck? Can you find a Ford? What did somebody say earlier? Ford 350, F350? Yes. Can you get a Chevy Silverado pickup? Can we get something new and awesome?
That's funny.
That's all I'm asking for.
That's funny. You know what I was thinking last thing on this whole Geno, because this will probably be the last time we kind of chat about this whole deal. You know those memes that go around social media that you see, oh, you want somebody to look at you the way this person looks at that, or loves you the way that they love that.
Find someone who loves you the way, yes.
Yeah, if you're a quarterback, high school, college, or pro, find somebody that loves you the way that Pete loves Geno.
Yeah.
Because, man, is he an advocate for him.
Honestly. Why do you think that is? I have a theory. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. What's your theory? $100,000 penalty. What do you got?
If you've ever known somebody who was in like a bad relationship and then they get out of it, the next person they start dating, this is a G. Scott conversation, I guess, preparing for 8:30.
Yeah.
They're like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. This person does this and that, and they don't yell at me for this thing or that thing. My world is blown. I'm going to be with this person forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, and they're stubborn and they're tough, but that's okay because the last one was just such high maintenance.
At least they're not cheating on me like the last person. Like, thank God, I'll do anything to stay with this person for the rest of my life. I don't know if that's the exact analogy, but it feels pretty right on. All right, coming up, we'll give you guys everything you need to know, including a bizarre decision made by the Mariners. And then after that, the Cal Raleigh Show led to some great sound yesterday, Brock. I want to make sure people hear that as well. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. SwishRadio.com, code GROW.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doop doop, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Not sure how many times in Major League history this has happened, Brock. I know that it had happened once when the two Bobby Joneses started back-to-back, and thanks to Alex Mayer, for pointing that out yesterday. But the Mariners will have a second straight start by a Luis Castillo. It's true. As you know, The Rock went the other day. And later this afternoon, Luis F. Castillo will get the start in San Francisco against Justin Verlander. In theory, he's taken Emerson Hancock's spot in the rotation, but it's weird that they're doing it today rather than in 2 days.
Bryce's spot.
Yeah,
right?
so Bryce
Didn't
and Brian.
Logan, Luis, Bryce.
So those guys are both going to pitch on 6 days rest. Not 4, which is normal, 5, which is an extra day's rest, but 6 days rest. The whole thing is very bizarre, and I'm not sure I can really make heads or tails out of it. It continues to go back to the question mark we had the other day of like, why did you send down Emerson Hancock instead of Taylor Saucedo? Like, just it's a weird move.
Head scratcher.
So anyway, I don't know a ton about this Luis Castillo. He pitched a couple of games in the
junior.
He's not junior though. He's not young.
Really?
No, he's been around. He pitched in the big leagues a few years ago, just as a reliever a few times. Then he went to Japan. He pitched for 2 different teams in Japan. I want to say he pitched for first the Chiba Lotte Marines, and then pitched for the Oryx Ham Fighters.
Wow.
I think.
Wow, we have that.
No, it's a Nippon Ham Fighters. The Oryx
wow.
Wave. The Oryx Wave, I think. Am I right about that?
He did pitch for the Marines, and then, he pitched for Oryx.
How about that?
Wow.
Dude, I'm basically a biographer.
Is it possible, Salk, that it's just very...
Luis Castillo. How old is he?
Is it just very simple that they may like his stuff more than they like Emerson's stuff?
They might, but even if
his pitch quality, his pitch shape...
Even if you did, you would think that you would still give him a couple more days before you started him. I don't know, just odd.
So 2 things to that. 1, he's 30. And 2, if that
30.
he's 30. And also, if that was the case, Brock, they didn't figure that out in spring training. It took an Emerson Hancock blow-up start to say, now we don't like him. The whole thing's weird, because if you kept Emerson, he would have pitched against the Giants, Pitchers Park, then against the Rangers at home, Pitchers Park, and in Toronto, still favors him. Like, if Emerson comes back now in 2 weeks, they're going to put him in Cincinnati. That's the most hitter-friendly park in baseball.
The whole thing is very strange. Jorge Polanco will be back in the lineup today. He returns from the paternity list, so Leo Rivas is back in Tacoma. Let's see, I got lots of sound from John Morosi, who joined Wyman and Bob yesterday and talked about the start to this season, about the offense specifically.
Julio, again, there's been some power, but the average is low so far, and Rosarena's come out and played pretty well, but I think in general, it's a lineup that is not as deep as we thought when, at least when Polanco's not in there. And I think he, in a lot of ways, has been the man that's been driving a lot of the things so far this season.
I mean, if it's not as deep as we thought, I don't think we thought it was that deep. Did we?
No.
It's not a good sign. No. All right, let's move it along.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
There's got to be a reason, by the way. I'm going to figure this out. There's got to be a reason for the timing on the Castillo thing.
And it's Verlander today and Ray
Yes.
tomorrow. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then that hard thrower Sunday.
Just for reference, Brock, or anybody listening, Luis F. Castillo has thrown 3 2/3 big league innings in his career.
Luis F. Castillo.
Yeah, this is Luis F. Castillo.
Fromber.
Yes. All right. 3 weeks before the draft, John Schneider, speaking yesterday on the John Schneider Show with Wyman and Bob, talked about kind of where they're at right now in terms of getting ready for the draft.
We have GPS times of him with helmet and shoulder pads and football in his hands running, 21.7 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour. And so, Patrick and his group do a great job of, he's in the top 3, and this is what the category where he was running. And so there's just so much information. I would say at this time of the year, you just have to be very careful to over-evaluate the player. And there's also a lot of information in right, wrong, or different. It's awesome because it's entertainment, but there's just so much. I mean, it's cool, but you got to be careful of listening to outside noise too. There's just so much information out there. There's so many different opinions and people bringing up certain issues with players that may or not be true.
Mm-hmm. Then you have this Heward guy and this Daniel Jeremiah guy mentioning the name Jonah Monheim, and even John Curley texted me yesterday.
Oh, geez.
About the name Jonah Monheim. How is that possible?
Why?
I don't know. Well, we were texting about something else, and he must have been listening to the show, driving around in the morning.
Seems rare.
Appreciate him doing that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Maybe he's looking for a tip.
Information overload. Got to be a little bit careful of information overload.
Yep.
I'm filling in a little bit more in Blue 88 of really what goes down over these next 20 days or so.
He also talked about what went down at the spring meetings, specifically with the debates over the tush push and other rules changes.
The main one with the owners is and the head coaches is pretty fun. It's pretty intense this year with the tush push, and we tabled Detroit and Green Bay's proposals that would take away the tush push, and then the other one was just have the seating.
Yeah, so things got a little intense.
I like that.
I know, right? Isn't that kind of fun?
Wouldn't that be some good Hard Knocks material right there?
It sounds like
How about
it
just a
would be.
Hard Knocks owners meeting? You'd walk away going, "What in the world? This gazillion dollar business, and these are the owners."
I know.
Kind of like last year with Joe. This really?
This guy's
all this
running
time, all these man hours, and this.
It's unbelievable.
This is what we got.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The Las Vegas Raiders have signed Geno Smith to a 2-year contract extension, tying him to the Las Vegas Raiders through the 2027 season. That's the next 3 seasons, which means he and his former Seahawks head coach, Pete Carroll, are tied together in Las Vegas.
They sure are. Reportedly $75 million over 2 years for the extension. Numbers, incentives could raise it to $86 million, $66 million guaranteed, which is a lot more guaranteed money than the Seahawks gave Darnold, but total money, it's actually pretty similar.
Yeah, that's the key right there. I think that's what Geno wanted more than anything too at this stage, and I'm sure that was some of the holdup and the haggling and the back and forth between John and his people, and is just at this stage, at this age, at 35, just give me my final guarantee back in Vegas, and Pete Carroll did. Also, congrats to Geno.
Absolutely, yes. Tonight you've got women's Final Four, Texas, South Carolina, and then UConn, UCLA. Who you got? You've been the master of this bracket. What do you got?
I've got South Carolina, UConn. And then I got UConn winning the whole thing.
That'd be a pretty good
And if
battle.
so, I win the Heward pool, and I probably finish in the top 1% America.
That's pretty good.
America.
Men's Final Four Saturday, Florida, Auburn, and Houston, Duke. So there you go. That is everything you need to know. A quarter past every hour.
Who you got? Who you got in the men?
Who do I have?
Yeah, who you
I don't
got?
know. I'm not sure. Duke, I think.
So who does Cooper Flag play for?
Duke.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I know that.
Who's the head coach at Houston?
Kelvin Sampson.
That a boy.
Yeah.
Good.
What else you got? Give me a couple more. Come on.
Head coach at Auburn.
The head coach at Auburn is Tommy Tuberville.
Ah, close.
No.
It's on your cut sheet.
Close.
It is?
Bruce Pearl.
Oh, Bruce Pearl. The guy who used to sweat through his orange suits when he was at Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was at Illinois before that, if I'm not mistaken.
Bruce.
All right, Bruce Pearl. All right.
Do you know the name of Duke's new coach?
Yes, John Shire.
There you go.
Yeah, because he used to play there. I remember him as a player. Yep. All right. I know John Shire. What else you got? UConn, right?
They're not in it.
No, they're not in it.
No, Florida be the last remaining.
Billy
one.
Donovan still there?
No, Billy's not there.
Who's the head coach of Florida?
He's a young guy that was
Really?
at Santa Clara, St. Mary's.
St. Mary's.
Played point guard at St. Mary's, so they do a lot of the St. Mary's stuff.
Who's that?
I don't know. He was never a great player there. He wasn't one of their phenom Australians.
Got it. Yeah, I remember the Australian guy.
Uh-huh.
What's his name?
Todd Golden.
Todd Golden?
Yep.
Yeah, you're not going to win with that guy. Can't do it. All right, coming up next, Shannon Dreyer has the privilege of speaking with Cal Raleigh now every week. And yesterday we got to hear the Cal Raleigh show for the first time. It was awesome. He went in depth. He gave some really cool behind-the-scenes information, and you guys will hear it next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Abe Lucas is going to be the most important player on this offense. Why? Because when he is available and he is playing, him and Charles Cross are going to hold it down. It's all about keeping the band together. And the band has been split up a lot over the past couple of years, right? We saw rookies play tackle. We saw rookies play guard. But when Abe and Charles Cross are playing together, those bookends hold it down. It's Abe Lucas, man.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mike Salk here. We're getting to the weekend, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. What are you going to do tonight? Head to where comfort meets elegance, and then remember that this summer, they've got the award-winning Outdoor Summer Concert Series coming back. Amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD as well. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. You can get tickets at snocasino.com, and you know Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The Mariners are all about giving you more baseball for your buck. With Mariners Value Games, you can score seats starting at $10 on select dates all season long. Plus, be sure to check out the expanded Mariners Value menu. Available every game and featuring 14 items, all under $5. Enjoy ballpark classics like hot dogs and nachos, new treats like Pocky Sticks and Little Bites mini muffins, and more. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your value game tickets and check out the full slate of value options at T-Mobile Park.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Well, the seasons, they're changing. The guys are playing the sports outdoors. I know many are starting to maybe pull the lawnmower out and get back to the landscape and the outdoor work. I'm going to guess, Shannon, at IRG, maybe a little busier season?
Oh, absolutely, Brock. You know, we know when the seasons change, particularly when it gets warmer, people are in their houses pretty much all winter long with our cold weather, rain, et cetera, particularly here in the Puget Sound. And everybody's excited. They want to rush out and get going with their activity. I'm telling you, as a physical therapist for 35 years here, you need to prepare your body. So take time to warm up, increase some flexibility, do some stretches, because if you prepare your body and prevent injuries, those activities outside, particularly that exciting thing, mowing your lawn, is going to be healthier and it's going to be a lot more fun.
And you feel better. For more info or to book your appointment today, simply go to irgpt.com. It's all waiting for you right there at irgpt.com.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I have him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
G. Scott is in the building, and he'll be by in an hour to argue about the Seahawks and where they're going this offseason. So we'll do that an hour from now. We've got a Brock draft profile at 8 o'clock. We've got Here's the Thing. We're going to do that at 8. And then Here's the Thing at 9 o'clock. So, yeah, there's a lot here before we eventually open up the phone lines at 9:30, as we do on Fridays. Yesterday, Brock, pretty cool. The first of the Cal Raleigh shows. Very cool. These are going to be taking place 5 o'clock on during Wyman and Bob
on Thursdays.
Every Thursday. And Shannon's going to do the interview, and it runs during that time. And there's some great stuff. I thought maybe I'd play a little bit.
Did I see them
for
sitting
you.
in the Diamond Club doing this one?
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? You get that opportunity. I got maybe 3 things that we can focus on for a couple minutes. Let's start here talking about, getting this deal done. Obviously, that was the biggest story of right before the season. And he talked about how some of the past Mariner greats did factor into that decision.
Played a huge part. Guys like Edgar, AD, Dan, Ichiro, obviously, other guys like Felix as well. But, those guys, one team, and, they built a home here as well, and they built a legacy. And I think there are more important things than money out there. That's also what came down to. And, I feel like I got a good thing going here, and this organization has a good thing going as well, and grass isn't always greener on the other side. And at the end of the day, I wanted to do that for one organization, one team, and be committed to it, and really put all my eggs in this basket.
Remind me again, Lyle. You may have to do some of this since Salk remembers Billy Donovan at Florida. Remind me
about that.
I know you were tongue in cheek. Cal Raleigh grew up in North Carolina, largely, correct? I know he went to Florida State, but
grew up in North Carolina, was born, I think, in Vermont, where his dad was, then grew up in North Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, and maybe this is just some of my upbringing. We had some good family friends that were from North Carolina growing up, and it was always like, North Carolina's got mountains, got water, got the ocean, like there is some similarity, as far as things to do, and you can hunt, you can fish, you got the outdoors, you got in Charlotte kind of a metropolis, there is some connection there. So I could see if you kind of grow up there, that there would be maybe a little more affinity than if you grew up just solely in Florida or Texas or, in different spots of the country. I think there's a little bit of a connection there. And I think that could possibly play a little role
That's a nice point. I hadn't thought about that. And I thought you were going to go towards sort of not just the Mariner greats that he mentioned, but the fact that all of those guys spent their whole career here.
Yep.
Other than Ichiro, I know, at the very end. But for the most part, those guys spent their entire careers here. And it does sound like that element is something that sounds important to Cal, right? Trying to be in one place for a long time to establish a legacy that way. And, I don't mean that he's sitting here focused on his legacy in the Russell Wilson style, but you've sort of mentioned this before about your decision to stay at UW, right? Rather than go to UCLA. Maybe you could talk about it for a moment, because I think that might have been a similar type of thought for Cal.
You just build deep roots, man. You just build deep roots. Came back from UCLA, loved Terry Donahue as much as any coach on that whole recruiting trail. I had such a neat connection with him, and came home, and Damon and Dad, and Damon in particular was like, that's awesome. If you want to go there, no one's going to stop you. That'd be great. Probably win a lot of games, play in the sunshine. I get it. But you'll never have the roots that you'll have here. And you could win the Heisman Trophy at UCLA and, friends, family, connections, everything that you've had here, that your family's built here for, decades and decades. It just won't be the same than if you have success with the one that knows you.
I'm going to ask you that. I don't think I've heard you tell that story a million times. I love it, which is why I asked you to tell it again. But one thing jumped out to me this time that I don't think I've ever asked you about before. Was that just, when you say all that, was that just about you were born in Washington and, the natural roots that would be here anyway versus Los Angeles? Or is that bigger fish in a smaller pond compared to LA is just such a giant place that you'd get lost there?
Yeah, no, I think it was more of the former.
Okay.
Yeah, Damon actually, Mike Riley was the coordinator at USC, and USC was Damon's second choice. Damon loved Mike Riley and enjoyed the same thing, kind of the sunshine and all of it. No, but it was, hey man, Dad's here, Billy Joe's been here. There's connection with Puyallup at the University of Washington with a lot of players in the pipeline and the familiarity and just all the known stuff. Man, you're one of us. And I think for Alvin Davis and so many of those great Mariners, Edgar, like that's it. Those roots run deep, and Cal got to see, I think, some of the upside of those deep roots.
I do wonder if the other side of it was part of this also. Hey, big fish in a small pond forever, right? It's the thing I've talked about before. Like, you win here, you're going to be a legend forever. Man, all he did is hit a home run to clinch a playoff berth that was already going to happen one way or another, and he's a legend for it, as he should be. And I'm not giving him grief about that.
But go to a World Series?
That's right. I mean, like,
win a World Series?
If he does it here, they're going to put a Cal Raleigh statue out with Junior and Edgar. So, yeah, I do think that maybe played a role, and it sounds like it was going on all throughout spring training, these negotiations.
It was really different. It was honestly from the beginning of spring too. So at first it was just, it didn't get a lot of time to myself because there's a lot of conversations going on and, a lot of stuff away from the field. More so in the past, it's, baseball, go home, relax, get up, do it again. And I felt like I was kind of bringing work home with me a little bit. So, but in a good way. Obviously those are good conversations, good things to do. So it was interesting. It was different, kind of, doing the business side of things. And I'm really thankful that, we were on the same page of getting this done before the season started and not letting it linger. And that was a big emphasis for me, going into it because I didn't want it to affect any of my playing.
What's interesting about that, Salk? This isn't like a quarterback contract, right? This isn't like structuring Sam Darnold's deal or Geno's deal or how many, how much contract, how many injury, This is just like a very basic, how many years do you want to eat up and what's the number? It's not terribly complicated. And I get it from his perspective. It's all really, really cool, really neat. And you see your agent's number, like, hey, call me, right? In times of my life, right? Both in the broadcast world or, been negotiating with ESPN or Fox. And it's like, okay, what's the deal? And it's pretty simple. It takes I don't know, 3 years and X. Like
Right.
it's really not that complicated. So there's a little back and forth with the agent, but right. I mean, there's not a there wasn't
Baseball deals are fairly straightforward.
They're fairly fairly simple. Of like how many years you want to buy out.
I mean, you
what's the
say
number?
that. I bet if we got Justin Hollander on the phone, he'd be like, I don't know how simple it really is when we actually start dealing with the language, this, that, and the other.
Sure.
Maybe it's a little bit more complicated when you're buying out, arbitration years versus free agency years, and that's some of the debate. But I think you're absolutely right. It's not like the guaranteed money versus the incentives versus.
And this is guaranteed for injury, and this is paid on this date, and this is da-da-da-da.
And then the what do they call it at the end? The years they add at the end, the void years at the end. Like they don't have void years in Major League Baseball.
No.
You just sign a deal and then you get paid for the rest of your life.
They have
It's
player
unbelievable.
options, and they have incentives, so I'm not minimizing it.
They have a
but
little bit.
I'm trying to think like
It's not a lot.
In the end, how complex was that?
Maybe
really?
a little bit of deferred money comes up, but I mean, in general, you're right. It shouldn't be. It's just a matter of what the number is.
What the number is.
Yeah.
What number do you feel comfortable with? 10, 11, 15? What do we have to get the number to?
Just figure it out.
Yes.
It's more like buying a house. All right. Here's one more from Cal. I really like this. He was asked about learning as a leader and what he's learned as a leader in this clubhouse.
I think one of the biggest things I've had to learn is, not every guy is the same or responds the same. And, you always said baseball, lots of different cultures, lots of different upbringings, lots of different types of people. Not all guys are the same. Not all guys are going to respond the way I respond, or not all guys are going to respond the way a Logan Gilbert responds. So I think that's the hard part. But that's what makes great leaders and great coaches and things like that is they're able to communicate with all their guys and not just one type of guy. So at the end of the day, there's 26 different personalities, plus coaches, plus other guys, and we got to learn to mesh those and be able to control those and, still continue to grow like that.
Okay, how well do Salk and I know each other? We had to do the honeymoon show like back in the day, where they had the big note cards and poster board, and they wrote the answer and stuck it up.
By the way, Sunday is our anniversary. Wow. Sunday is the 16-year anniversary of the launch of the show.
Sweet 16.
16, yeah, since
you and me. Oh, okay. I thought you were
station.
talking about you and Heather. Okay.
No, you and me at the station, all of it started
Sunday,
16 years ago this coming Sunday.
Okay. So as I listened to that, I had two trains of thoughts clearly come into my mind.
Jeez.
Can you name
I don't know
one
that
of
I
the
can,
two?
no.
Come on.
Talking about leading people in different ways?
Come on, Salk. This is where the honeymooners are fighting together. Like, really? You don't even know? He's talking about learners? And you got to learn.
Learning the learners.
Yes.
Yeah, that's you.
Learn the learners. That's Pete Carroll right there. Learn the learners. That's number one. And number two, that answer is why catchers become managers. Because who doesn't have to learn all the learners? The left fielder. You know who doesn't have to get to know all the personalities? The ace pitcher. You know who has to learn the learners and really how to connect with them? The catcher. And that's with the 5 starters. That's with the 7-8 bullpen guys. That's with all the people coming in and out, let alone your teammates in the lineup. That is why so many of them, go on to become managers more than any other position.
That's one of the best points I think I've ever heard you make. Seriously. No joke. That's a phenomenal point.
Sweetheart. Now you don't have to come back.
I'm not trying to overcompensate. You're so funny. I'm not trying to overcompensate.
I love you too. No, I love you too.
Let me take out the garbage. Let me do the dishes.
We're going to be okay. We're going to be just fine. We're going to make it. It's a couple of
Heather and I had one of those last night. Honestly, it was so funny. I was saying, how I say Heather and I never fight? We honestly almost never. And this wasn't even a fight. Right. But she was out last night. I did do a little skating with the kids yesterday late afternoon, which was exhausting. And
she
my
comes
back
home
hurts.
late again from book club tanked. You're frustrated.
No, it was none of that. No. But I was with the kids. We had made dinner and stuff, and I got to my work a little late. I sent you guys a late email, and Heather gets home, and she grabs a quick bite, whatever, and kids are starting to go to bed, and she looks over, and it's trash day last night too. And she looks over, she's like, God, there's a lot to clean. And I was like, you don't need to do it. I will do the cleaning. I made the mess, but I need to get the work done first so I can get it out. And she's like, well, I didn't say that. I didn't say you needed to do it. And I was like, oh my gosh. Anyway, a minute or two later, I finished. She ends up in the other room, and I was like, screw it. I'll just take the garbage out and come back and start cleaning. So, yeah, you end up going the extra mile in those spots, don't you?
Yes.
Just to try to make peace. Or maybe to get the upper hand, one or the other.
Learn the learners, man. And Cal, right, when you listen to him talk, that's the beauty of Cal as well. It's not like he's the most verbose or energetic or Pete Carroll. Like when Pete Carroll's like learn the learners, like he's chomping his gum, he's bouncing all over the field, he's running like Cal presents very differently. But behind that is a guy that really deeply wants to know his teammates. And because of that, honestly, those are the best managers of people. Those are the best managers of baseball teams. Those that really know their people around them.
All true. So, now they head to San Francisco. They went down yesterday afternoon, and they'll play 3 against the Giants.
Can you win 2 or 3? Can you
the
take
Giants have been off to a hot start, so, yeah, you'd really like to try to do that, right?
You know, you kind of screwed something up yesterday, too, by the way.
Did?
And once again, as a couple, we'll fight again.
Jeez.
You said about the division the Dodgers and the Padres were in, it was like 24-3. You just kind of left out the 1-6
No,
Rockies.
I said other than the Rockies.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, no, I said that. I know the Rockies have been awful.
Yeah, the Rockies have their home opener today.
I know that.
And
The
guess what?
Rockies are terrible.
The Rockies have their home opener today, and you know what? They're already 6 back in the division.
Yeah. No, the Rockies they might as well fold now.
Oh,
They've got no chance in that division. No. The top of the NL West is insane. I mean, those 4 teams, we'll see if the Giants can maintain that. I have some doubts about whether or not the Giants are actually as good as they've
They're
started.
not a terrific team offensively.
No,
either, right?
But they've got pitching similar to the Mariners, and if they can hit, then, they're probably going to be just fine, other than all the games they've got to play against the Dodgers and Padres.
Left side of that infield's pretty good. I will
it's
say.
pretty
They
good.
have some bats with Willie Adames and Matt Chapman. So.
Yeah, that's pretty good. God, if only Matt Chapman had been available at some point. If only he could have had him at third base. I don't know what that would have looked like. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
You want to feel old before I ask you 3 questions?
Sure.
907 Alaska says, congrats. What was the original lineup 16 years ago? Brock and Salk, Bob and Graz, Danny and Dave? No.
No.
Not
actually-
even close.
Actually, no.
Actually-
Mike, Colin Cowherd,
Brock and Salk, Kevin Calabro. Yeah. None of those other people.
No.
There was no Bob. There was no Graz. There was no Danny. There was no Dave. No. It was national programming until 11 with Mike and Colin Cowherd. Then Brock and Salk for 4 hours, 11 to 3. And then the Kevin Calabro show from 3 to 6. There you go. How about that? All right, Brock, the next 20 days leading up to the draft, what do they look like?
Yeah, let me hear John Schneider. He was asked about that. I've learned a few things over these years, 16 years of being around it and close to it. Here was the GM telling you behind the scenes, this is what goes on in the final 3 weeks.
Starting tomorrow, we'll go 1 through 3. Back across like we've been 4 through 7 now with the guys that are here. So Nolan, Matt Berry, Trent Kirshner, Willie, anybody that's in the office. The guys are out scouting, doing their things, kind of getting all the pro day info, spending more time with the players and everything. So this is basically our 3rd swipe through it, and basically go 4th round down. Just kind of we're just almost like we don't really have a starting point. Like, let's just start with these guys. We don't know anything about them. Let's let it rip. And then we just go through it like that. So before the owners meeting, we got through, 4 through 7. Now we'll go 1 through 3. I think it'll take us into Sunday evening. And probably should be able to get through that. But that's 3. And then 4 will be when the scouts come back in. 5 would be with the coaches. And then 6 would be just Mike and myself.
There's a lot of hours now.
No kidding.
So all the information has been gathered, right? Other than your top 30 visits. That will continue over the next couple weeks. So you kind of mix those visits in with all of the man hours that start to really put that board together. When you heard from Daniel Jeremiah yesterday, right? We asked him about kind of the grading system, and there's the Belichick-Parcells system, and then there's, the ones, let's do this by kind of rounds, top of the first, middle of the first, late first, just kind of start to all formulate all of our opinions with your scouts, with your personnel people, ultimately with your coaches, and then in the end, as he said, with just him and Mike. All right, we were going to put the final comb on this thing, and we're the final filter to put this board together. So when we get to the week of that draft, and we get on draft day, and we get in that war room, From Mr. Nordstrom to Dave Pearson and everybody we've talked to about it, Salk, they all say the same thing. You'd be surprised. That's not the New York Stock Exchange. That war room is pretty composed. The work and the hay is in the barn. It's been done, and they're on top of every possible detail that in market condition that could happen that day of. It's all buttoned up.
All right, question number 2. I asked you yesterday for a Jackson Dart comp. I got the sense you weren't fully satisfied with your answer, so
I wasn't.
Got a little time to think about it, which is fair. You don't have to put you on the spot. A day later, who were your comps for Jackson Dart?
So this was not tub time, right? I can't do this kind of work in the tub. No. This was waiting for Titus to finish up, and of course he was late, so it gave me some extra time. One thing I've just tried to figure out, what is it about Jackson Dart? And you're going to think I'm weird again. Go ahead. You're going to judge me for my body show stuff. I was watching his combine. As I said, I had him in college in his very first outing against Wazoo up there in the Palouse. And I looked at him and just 6'2", 223. Solid built dude. He's got really short arms. And I was like, there's something, like, honestly, when you think of Russell Wilson and you think of throwers and you think of these pitchers and you think of
arms.
They're long. He's got, and I was like, I wonder if that showed up at the combine. And sure enough, 6'2", 223 with 30-inch arms. 30-inch arms. You know who's really close to that? Who's the other human I've talked about as a quarterback with really short arms? Like puts his hands in his own pockets. Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was 29-inch arms.
I thought you were going to say Baker Mayfield.
6'1", 212, 29-inch arms. Just kind of, and when you don't have that length, you don't have great extension, right? You just kind of more as Purdy is, kind of a shot putter. And Jackson's stronger, and I think his arm is stronger than Brock's, but there is a lot more proximity to that than there were some of the guys that came to my mind. Dak Prescott was a guy that came to my mind, honestly. As I looked at Dak as a guy that was unbelievably productive throwing it and running it in the SEC, which is what Jackson's been. Over 10,000 passing yards the last 3 years in the SEC, and he's run as well. But, Dak was 6'2", 226 with almost 33-inch arms and 10-inch hands. Like, he's a much bigger guy. He was a name that came to mind as a comp. I go back in the Wayback Machine. It was actually the draft with Ponder and Locker and Andy Dalton. All three of those guys, 6'2", between 215 and 220. I mean, seriously, built really, really similar, but they were all also much, much longer. 32 and a half, 31 and a half. Like, they're just, I don't know, there's more balance there. But a Christian Ponder, a Dak Prescott, a Jake Locker, those are the guys that kind of come to mind with Mr.
Well, I don't like any of those names.
Mr. Dart.
None of those names are
exciting. Do you know what name came to Lance Zierlein, by the way, who does the NFL draft, does all the little bios on the NFL.com?
I was hoping there was going to be some Baker in there.
Baker's got, I think, a much stronger arm. Baker would.
I was curious about arm lengths while you were talking, so now I've been looking this up.
Yeah, what is
you
Baker?
Said how much was Jackson Dart?
30.
30 even. Baker was 30 and a quarter.
Yeah.
Is that a significant difference?
No, that'd be pretty darn close.
Okay.
And what was Baker height and weight? Probably similar, right? 6'2", 215.
I have to go back
220?
now. Hold on.
Yeah.
Baker was 6 foot and 5/8.
Okay, it's a little shorter.
And 215.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that would be there. Yeah, about an inch shorter, but that would be actually a pretty good comp. I think Baker rips it better.
Maybe.
I don't think
seen
maybe.
Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I have. I think he spins it and rips it.
So
better.
for comparison, Russell Wilson, since you brought him up, 5'10" and 5/8. Maybe you've heard that number. How long do you think Russell's arms are?
He had to be at least 32.
31.
Yeah.
31-inch arms. So an inch bigger. I mean.
Yep.
The same, right? You said
he's
30. Okay,
yeah,
an inch bigger, but not 2.
No.
So what's Geno Smith?
6'3", 215, 31.
Not quite. 6'2".
Okay.
And his arms are 218, so close. And then arms 32 and a half.
32 and a half.
Yeah, much longer arms.
Much longer. Yeah, 30 is just...
Do we have to go look at KJ now?
Huh? No.
Our long-armed friend.
But anyway, do you know what Lance Zierlein in his bio there at NFL.com, his comp? Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
I mean, those are kind of
those aren't great comps.
Those are not top 10 QBs. It's why DJ has him 36th best player in this draft. I'd be pretty concerned.
Do you know what KJ's arm length was?
KJ, right? 34 and a half.
34.
We measured it in studio, remember?
Well, that was wingspan. But yes, arm length is 34.88.
Almost 35. Yep.
That man's arms are a whole like thing
Those are
unto
good-
themselves.
It's called Go Gadget.
Unbelievable. Question number 3. So there's this whole thing, right, about McDonald and the engagement with Lockett, and DK, and Ryan Grubb. What do you make of all this?
Yeah, let's save this sound for G. Scott. This will be
Okay.
really fertile soil to toil with him. So we'll save that sound. We're up against it anyway. But yeah, this was sound that was there at the owners' meetings, and it was from that podcast with Mike Robb. And it's pretty pointy questions. And at the end of it, what the bottom line was for me, Salk? Same thing that we talked about there with Cal Raleigh, learn the learners. And you know what I think Mike McDonald learned about Ryan Grubb? Just the same thing that Pete Carroll learned about Jeremy Bates. This is not a fit.
Right.
Relationally, connective tissue, listening ability. I heard that not from one person, but 5 people or 10 people, that Ryan is not, one of his strengths is not to listen to everybody. He's pretty stubbornly strong in what he believes in and his conviction, and it's gotten him where he's gotten him, all the way to the very top of the profession as a coordinator in the NFL. But not necessarily the connection with Mike McDonald.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. It does feel like Mike was pretty dissatisfied with a lot of the offense, just given all of the changes that we're now seeing in that department. All right, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to do Here's the Thing, or do you want to do Brock's Draft Profiles? We can kind of go either way. We have been talking a lot of football, but we can do a little bit more, or we can, how do you want to do this? Any thoughts?
I'm ready to go with my draft.
All right, let's do the draft profile. We've been doing them every day
We've
at 8
been doing
o'clock.
every day at 8.
Let's stay with that. We'll do the draft profile coming up here in a moment.
The thing looks pretty darn good on
It
paper.
looks stacked. It looks ridiculous. It looks like there's a lot of very funny and somewhat mean Here's the Thing.
We have a listener that takes umbrage with another listener, it looks like.
I know. And
listener on listener crime.
I'm getting called disgusting. Lyle's getting attacked. So we'll do that at 9. Brock will give you a draft profile next.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation that you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. There's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday. Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, we are getting closer and closer to the draft, inside 3 weeks now before we get to the first round. And so Brock's going to give a draft profile here in just a moment. We will have G. Scott coming in at 8:30. He has been ranting and raving all morning long, so we'll see where that goes. I know he wants to argue about some things. And then in the 9 o'clock hour, you guys will make fun of us, and then we'll take some phone calls. So that's the next couple of hours, Brock, before our week ends. Somebody, I had pointed out early this morning that I was going to be jumping on with Paul Sylvie on King 5 during the first round of the draft for an hour from 7 to 8 that night. And someone was worried that my head might explode if and when the Seahawks take a wide receiver at number 18 and that Paul might have to resuscitate me live on the air. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll make sure Paul's adequately trained before the show. And hopefully Brock doesn't have any wide receivers in today's draft profile.
The Seattle Seahawks select.
This is Brock Hewards draft profile.
You want traits? Check. You want a vocal leader? Check.
At the end of the day, you have to say, okay, what's best for the organization? Can you make people around you better, and can you bring people together?
Every day leading up to the draft.
Salky, you were just in the backup studio there 2 segments ago, chatting with a friend in the building. And you mentioned something about a double album. What was that?
Yeah, double albums kill bands.
Okay.
Once you do a double album, you're toast.
It's weird.
Guns N' Roses, Smashing Pumpkins. We'll see what happens to Taylor Swift.
What are we on? We're on number 11, I do believe.
Yeah.
We're doing a double.
Oh, geez. Well, that's just going to ruin the top 10.
It might ruin the whole top 10. Maybe I shouldn't do it, but I'm going to do it because there are two guys that I've been around a bunch over the last 2 to 3 years. And in one guy's case, 7 years. 7 years of college football as he gray-shirted down there in Corvallis. But I'm gonna take these two on together. Joshua Gray, offensive tackle, offensive guard, Oregon State. Jonah Savaiinaea, offensive tackle, offensive guard, Arizona. So 2 West Coast guys. We asked Daniel Jeremiah yesterday, asked him about some of the foot speed and quickness and just kind of fits with a Clint Kubiak kind of system. And I had Joshua Gray on my perimeter here, on my board, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to add him with Big Jonah. They call him Big Jonah down in Tucson. Here was Daniel Jeremiah talking about Joshua Gray just quickly with us yesterday.
Other guys, I know he doesn't have length, which worries some people, but again, probably 4th round, Joshua Gray from Oregon State is someone who can really move, has got excellent quickness. Is a good football player. Again, you're just trying to get around the length.
You know what you want, Salk? DJ said yesterday to us, you want those because you were talking about all these $100,000 Pintos and old homes in La Jolla and Del Mar you can't afford. And he was like, well, there's condos coming. And the condos could be 2 guys right here in Joshua Gray and Jonah, Big Jonah. So Gray is a 7th-year guy, kind of a developmental guy down there at Oregon State, like so many have been. And by the way, they've turned out some pretty good pro football players too. But Jonah's 6'5", 300 pounds. So the length that Daniel was talking about, it's those length of the arms again. Doggone it. The length of the arms, just not long enough to play tackle. Only 30 would be fine as a quarterback, 31 3/8 inches. That's not fine at tackle. And it's why, kind of like Jonah Monheim, when I told you about Jonah, what did Jonah do at USC? Jonah went in the whale's mouth and came out and said, I gotta be a center. I'm not going to be able to play tackle in the NFL. Even though I started at tackle at USC for a bunch of years, let me slide in and play center. You know what Josh did after starting at tackle and being second team all-conference, second team all-conference, second team all-conference, like a great player. In fact, set the school record with 56 career starts. 56 career starts. The 2-time captain down there in Corvallis, he slid from left tackle to left guard and he's just a good football player. You know what I want? I want a good football player. Anthony Bradford at LSU was not always a good football player. Huge man, huge traits, but not always a great football player, and certainly didn't play 56 games at a 3-time all-conference level for year after year after year after year. So Joshua Gray is that kind of guy. Now, Big Jonah's a little polarizing down in Tucson, Salt. He's not, I don't think he is a tackle at the NFL level. So he was, again, left tackle, right tackle, slid in a little bit at the combine, played some guard. He is a massive guy. He looks bigger than 6'4", 324. He's one of those that just looks like he blocks out the whole door because proportionally, he's exactly what you want. There just are not many guys that, like he's Dwayne Brown, 6'4", 325, and an athlete. Ran 4.95 at the combine at that kind of size. Also a captain of that team down there, beloved by his teammates. They all call him Big Jonah. Bad team. Arizona really struggled in the absence of Jed Fish. Really struggled. He played really good ball for Jed. So did the other tackle who's in the NFL, I think starting for the Green Bay Packers. So Big Jonah, phenomenal athlete. Another guy, now he's probably 2nd round because he's got tackle guard versatility. He does have length. He does have 34-inch arms. It's some of the mirror and the footwork and maybe just the finishing ability that's a question. But you want like 2, hey man, give me 2 good condos. Can I get a condo on Lake Washington? Can I just get a really nice player? These are 2 really nice interior offensive linemen.
Where does Gray go?
3rd or 4th round.
Okay.
3rd or 4th round.
So you got a 3rd, 4th round guard, maybe
and then
a second round guard.
Yes. And you add both those guys to this mix, you know what they would look like? Salk would be out there, rookie minicamp, and he'd go, golly.
Sounds good.
Abe Lucas is a really good-looking athlete and a massive guy. How is he a 3rd rounder? And oh, by the way, all conference, starter. Are you kind of getting the vibe for what I'm doing in these draft profiles this year? I'm finding guys that were not one-year wonders. These guys have played a ton of football. and I think medically are pretty darn clean as well, which is kind of an important component of this as you get closer and closer. But yeah, these are two just, you'd watch them move, you'd watch them and you'd say, how are they that athletic at that size?
All right, give the two names again so people know the two guys you're
Joshua
talking
Gray, offensive guard, Oregon State, been an absolute stud in the conference forever, and Big Jonah. Big Jonah down there in Tucson, second-round pick, third, fourth-round pick, just kind of guys that are athletic and move and got great strength and things that you would love in this kind of system.
Sounds good. That is Brock's profile for today. We got 10 left to go for each of the next 2 weeks leading up eventually to the draft. How about that?
And a bunch of first rounders to be. I'm kind of like John. You know, John starts 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rounders. We knock a lot of these out. Big Jonah today is probably the highest guy to be drafted yet. He's going to likely be in the second round. Top 10, we start to get to mostly first and second rounders.
All right. Well, the master of analogies, G. Scott, will be coming in about 20 minutes to compare something to dating. And before we do that, we'll give you guys everything you need to know.
Yeah, he's coming after you.
Oh, Andy's coming after me.
He told Maura and Lyle, like, I'm saving it, but he's coming. He's sick and tired of your. He's sick and tired of your O-line take.
tattling?
He says, Salk, you're better than this. Be better than this.
I'm quaking in my boots over here. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at UALocal32.com. Again, that's UALocal32.com.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, let's see. This will be interesting. 2 straight Luis Castillo starts. No, it's not the same person. The Mariners are bringing up the other Luis Castillo to make a start, and he's going to do it today, 1:30 in San Francisco. Kind of an odd start time, but last time this happened, Brock, with consecutive pitchers for the same team with the same name were Bobby Jones and Bobby Jones with the Mets in 2000. Alex Mayer had that stat, and that was what I would have guessed. Those are the only 2 pitchers I could think of with the same name on the same staff. I don't think I realized that they had both started, but how about that? Emerson Hancock's spot in the rotation is getting pushed back, too. It's a little weird. So he's going to go today, which puts both Bryce Miller and Brian Wu an extra day. So rather than going on 4 days rest or even 5 days rest, both of them will pitch on 6 days rest in games 2 and 3 of the series.
As to why yet?
I mean, why they're pushing them back, I'm sure that's just injury prevention, right? The more off days you can give guys earlier in the year, the better, and especially with those younger guys.
And for why Luis F. Castillo with his 3 innings of Major League service time?
Why over Casey Lawrence? They must just like the stuff better. Why over Emerson Hancock? For the life of me, I can't tell you. I think they do have similar stuff, right? They're both kind of, change-up guys, sinker change-up guys who don't, they don't miss bats. They're going to get a lot of ground balls when they're going well. But I don't know. I can't get all the way to understanding why you played.
Did he
it
have
this
a good
way.
spring? I was trying to remember if he had a good spring.
It was fine. He's been in Japan. He's 30. I mean, maybe it's just an age thing. Like you kind of want a veteran in there.
And this isn't to
rather
keep
than
the
a young
Rock
guy.
happy. This isn't to keep the Rock.
I don't think so. I don't think that has anything to do with it. No. John Morosi on Yesterday with Wyman and Bob asked about the start to this year's Mariners team. Said
this season feels a lot like the last couple seasons in
in the sense that they're off to a little bit of an underwhelming start. Not a terrible one, but just a bit of an underwhelming one. And they're probably going to have to get right down to September and win a lot of low-scoring games to get into the dance. That's what I'm seeing right now. I think in their division, maybe there's some surprises. Again, it's just 1 week, but I think Texas has been able to withstand their injuries better than I expected. I think the Angels are a little better than I expected them to be. The Astros look vulnerable, but again, the Mariners have not quite hit enough to take advantage.
Haven't they started 3-4 every year since 2020?
They have. He was also asked whether or not it was too early to start these conversations.
It is a different lineup than what they had at the beginning of last year because the additions they made along the way with the Rosarena and Robles. And so I think it's going to be a better – I think they'll be a little bit better offensively. Not a lot, but a little. I think it's a better version of Polanco, and I realize he hasn't been able to play a ton to this point in time. And Julio knows that he's going to have to be more consistent. I think we all realize that. But with – most of the same players, and I'm paraphrasing a bit of what Jerry has said, most of the same guys, and with what they hope is better coaching and maybe a little more precise preparation, they should have a better end result. And I think that's what they're banking on. We can wonder if maybe there's a little more help coming from the minor leagues at some point this season. Again, it's too early to talk about that now. What we have seen, it's not necessarily what I would describe as a small sample size because it's a continuation of what this lineup has been for multiple years.
So it's funny, he had kind of the opposite answer as Passan when I asked Jeff that question on Tuesday.
He was
Tuesday.
like, Memorial Day.
Right.
Until Memorial Day.
And John Morosi is saying, well, not in this case because it's the same offense.
Yeah, and I think there's probably the answers right in between because, frankly, the organization used a pretty small sample size to make a pretty large judgment, correct?
It's true, yeah.
So, sample size in the eye of the beholder.
You want to hear the Bobby Jones thing and Luis Castillo thing get even wilder before we move on? When Bobby Jones started back-to-back, the two Bobby Joneses, you know who the leadoff hitter was that each of them faced?
Victor Robles.
Luis Castillo.
What? The old second baseman.
Yeah, the one who dropped
for the Marlins.
Who infamously dropped the A-Rod pop fly Mets Yankees. That Luis Castillo.
Oh, my gosh. That Luis Castillo.
Yeah.
Well, that is bizarre.
I know.
You can't write these things.
No.
That's unbelievable.
I know.
If you put that into a script, nobody would believe you. No. That's amazing.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You know what John Schneider's interested in, Brock?
Pintos.
A fullback.
I think it's making a comeback. Two back, we don't get enough time. College football or pro football, we've talked about this in the past. So, the fundamentals aren't great. When you're talking about preparing for a two-back offense, your run fits, that's a lot now. Everybody's just one back. They're preparing for that. So to be able to, when Clint came in, I know Mike was, real fired up about, okay, we're gonna have a fullback in our offense. It's actually, a position we're working on right now in free agency as well as the draft. But that's something that we have to address here. But that guy, has to be a special teams player because you want three runners. Now you talk about who's active, who's gonna be active. You can't have a fullback that can't move and go play on teams. Yeah, so that's I think it's a really important position. Max Strong was a darn good special teams player.
Yes, he was. Derek Coleman was a pretty good player in his role. I know that there was some volatility there in his career as well, but he was helpful before that. John L. Williams. This organization is seeing difference-making fullbacks. And, Max Strong, by the way, was a pretty good runner through high school and even into college before he morphed into some of that fullback. And as I've said many times here over the last month and a half, and I'm pretty confident in this, that fullback is not your traditional Sam Gash, Lorenzo Neal, big old neck roll. It's going to be a guy that's got a lot of running in his background, has a tremendous feel for the zone system, a cutback game, and all of it. And then, as John said, capable of being a special teams factor as well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The whole Geno Smith saga is finally over. He signs a deal, an extension for $75 million over 2 more years in Las Vegas. Incentives could get that up to $86 million, so into the 40 range, 40 plus, and then maybe more importantly, about $66 million guaranteed, which is a lot, almost double more than the Seahawks gave to Sam Darnold. Here's Mike Tannenbaum on the deal.
I think the offseason of stability for the Raiders continued today. First, they go out and get Pete Carroll, a stabilizing person at head coach. They acquired Geno Smith for a relatively fair price of a third-round pick, stabilizes the quarterback position, and as you allude to, a very fair average per year Is he a top 10 quarterback? Probably not, but I do think with a better offensive line, and certainly not ideal at the skill players, but having Brock Bowers, you have a stabilizing quarterback for at least the next couple of years.
I just keep laughing every time I hear, was he a top 10 quarterback? No, anyway.
And he's not getting paid that way, by the way. This contract on the surface, 3 years, when you lump these two in with this season, it looks very similar on paper.
But if you're not going to have a top 10 quarterback, whatever. Why are you tying yourself with $66 million guaranteed to a quarterback that is not in the top 10? I just don't get that. I'm sorry.
And in that division?
I don't see how.
Unlike the NFC West, right, that had a Brock Purdy and a Kyler, you got Mahomes and Herbert and Bo Nix.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I'm sorry, I just don't get that. Men's Final Four Saturday, Florida and Auburn, and then Houston Duke. Women's Final Four tonight, Texas and South Carolina at 4, and then UConn, UCLA at 6. That's everything you need to know, and we do that quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Ready for the Irishman to come in here? The Irishman is going to spit some fire.
Jeez. I mean, I have to steel myself for this basically throughout the week. If you know what I mean. I've got to really get myself ready to deal with a full 25 minutes of G. Scott. But that's what we'll do.
I do want to play him that sound, by the way. Make sure we fire that sound. He's going to take you in an O-line, the depths of this O-line conversation. So
he wants to hear the Pinto line again.
Yes, he does.
All right, we'll play the Pinto line and then some Mike McDonald sound, and we'll talk to G. Scott. Then Here's the Thing, then phone calls. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 SeattleSports.com.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
The idea that there is no middle class of quarterbacks anymore. Is there one this year?
Every day at 7:45.
No second rounders. It's not a thing anymore because of the advantage of that rookie contract and having him for 5 years. Many have reached into that first round to take those guys. I do think it's going to be a little different this year. I would not mind seeing them take a middle round quarterback to push Sam Howell.
Blue 88 answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big dumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio round to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away.
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the wind dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners have an incredible slate of events all month long. Don't miss the Cal Platinum Glove bobblehead giveaway this Monday through Wednesday. Corduroy Hat Night presented by Alaska Airlines Friday, April 11th, and more. Go to mariners.com/promos to get your tickets and check out the complete lineup of special events.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh my gosh, is this even what the people want today?
Come on.
Is this what the people want? Do they really want this?
We got Brock. What's up, baby? We got Brock.
We got Brock here. Oh, yeah.
We got Lyle. We got Mara. Everything's good. Happy Friday, everybody.
What are you laughing at?
What you laughing at, bro?
Why are you just sitting there laughing? Do you not have something to say?
I know what's coming. There's a fight that's coming here in just a few minutes.
You want to get right into the fight?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
no.
so here we go. So yesterday, John Schneider Show, and kudos to Wyman and Bob. Again, great job hosting the John Schneider Show every Thursday leading up to the draft. And they asked about the offensive line and the questions John must get about it, and the fact that they didn't do anything in free agency to address the issue. And this was John's short response.
Because you need a car doesn't mean you're going to, buy a $100,000 Pinto.
That's the response. Just because you need a car doesn't mean you're going to buy a $100,000 Pinto, and he's right about that.
Okay.
Why would you buy a $100,000 Pinto?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's vintage. They are kind of sweet.
The vintage element is nice.
I'll tell you this. First, I want to get to this. This morning, Mike Salk, you did a good job. Brock, it was before you came on. And this morning, I was on my way. And, of course, I listened to the Brock and Salk show. Why? Because I just love this show. It's the best sports show in the world. And anyways, Mike Salk had me so mad this morning like he does to so many of us.
Yeah.
But let me start off by saying this. First, Mike Salk was right. The Seahawks probably should have traded DK Metcalf early on. He was right. Why? Because none of us knew that DK really didn't want to be here, right? So we find out later on, it's like being in a marriage. You find out your wife don't want you no more. It happens, okay? So I'm going to give him credit there. But the way he is sounding on this offensive line bothers me so much. And here's why it bothers me.
Why?
It's because you sound like the masses. I would rather you be on the limb about something.
Oh, I see.
You know what I'm saying?
It is rare when I am on the side of the people.
So let me give you guys, let's go down memory lane.
But I think the people are right.
No, hold on. Let's go down memory lane. Brock, do you remember when everybody was saying fire Darrell Bevell?
Oh, he's terrible. Yeah,
You remember
Darrell.
how terrible, quote unquote terrible? And I used to say to you guys,
He doesn't let us cook. He
by
doesn't
the
let him
way,
cook.
the only people that say fire Darrell Bevell are outside of the building. Everybody football-wise loved Darrell Bevell. When you look over the last 13 years and you see the Seahawks' best success, it was during Darrell Bevell's years. That's number one. Number two, a lot of people, offensive line. You know what's funny? I was doing sports back then. I remember how you guys used to dog the offensive line in. Nobody appreciated Breno Giacomini. Nobody appreciated James Carpenter. As a matter of fact, tell me your favorite year, Mike Salk, of the offensive line for the Seahawks.
I don't know that I could do that off the top of my head.
Wait a minute. What do you mean you don't know? Everybody should have a year that you love the offensive line. Because you guys are saying the offensive line is so terrible now. Which year was the best?
2013, Pat McQuiston, Russell Okung, Max Unger, James Carpenter, Breno Giacomini.
And Brock, wow, they dogged them then. You know what the offensive line conversation sounds like? It sounds like that one parent or family member that you know that every time you ask them, so how was the game? Oh, the refs. Oh, the refs, they cheated. Oh, the refs. The refs and the offensive line, literally, hear me out, y'all. It is literally the lowest hanging fruit that you can grab onto. Now, everybody, John Schneider. You need to address the offensive line. You know there's 32 teams, right? You guys know that there's 32 teams that are doing the same thing. You guys do know that the Seahawks have had 3 different offensive coordinators. So it's not always about the name. So everybody's upset that they didn't get the Minnesota Vikings offensive lineman. Do you guys think that Minnesota Vikings offensive lineman would have came here and fixed things? No. So I'm done. I love Mike Salk. I just don't like him sounding like everyone else.
I'm not really sure what to say to this other than that I don't care what it looked like 10 years ago. I'm just looking at last year, and this is one ranking, but there aren't that many offensive line rankings you'll find. This is Pro Football Focus's. It had the Seattle Seahawks 30th. Do you like to be 30th in offensive line? I don't. I would like the offensive line to be better than 30th. And while I understand that everyone else is looking for that, tough noogies, that's the gig. Your job is to find a good offensive line. If it's not the guy from Minnesota, and it's not the guy from Chicago, and it's not the guy from Cleveland, and it's not the guy, and it's not the guy, and it's not the guy, and this is a Pinto, and this is a Pinto, and this is an Edsel, and this is a, dilapidated old Packard, like, okay. I'm sorry, every single offensive lineman out there isn't good enough to sign. No, somehow the Eagles were able to find 5 or 6 of them. Somehow the Lions were able to find 5 or 6. Somehow the Packers and the Bucks and the Bills and Washington were able to find a few offensive linemen to make their offensive line in the top 5 rather than the bottom 5. Am I taking crazy pills for wanting them to have a top 5 offensive line instead of a bottom 5 offensive line? No. What am I missing? I'm sorry, you are baffling me.
No, I'm not baffling you, because the thing is you can't win games. You can't be a successful offensive line based on opinion. Now, let me give you
But facts. I can be a successful or an unsuccessful one based on the number of sacks, the number of pressure, the inability to run the ball.
Yeah, sounds good.
Do you think they had a good offensive line last year?
I think there was a lot of things that go into.
Did they have a good offensive line last year?
They didn't win. They didn't win 11 plus games, so they weren't great. But
did they have a good offensive line last year?
Are you asking Lyle or Gene?
Hold on. I ask you. Hold on. I ain't gonna answer
All right,
your
2014.
question.
That was the answer to your
Okay,
question. Now, what's the answer to mine?
2014.
Here, I'll answer the question directly. No.
Did they have a good offensive line the year before that?
Also, no.
What about the year before that? What about the year before that?
First of all,
this isn't brain surgery.
I'm not. Look.
This isn't opinion.
I'm not talking to your twin brother Lyle. I'm not talking to Lyle about damn football. I'm not talking to Lyle about football.
Why not?
No. Let me get
Mora.
to it. It takes
Dooley.
more.
Mora Dooley. Hello.
Yes.
Did the Seahawks have a good offensive line last year?
No, I felt bad for Geno Smith.
What about the year before that?
No.
What about the year before that?
You also said fire
They've had
Darrell
some
Bevel.
better than others, but they've never had a good
This is the same guy that said fire Darrell Bevel.
Do I get everything right? No, I get stuff wrong all the time. Nobody said
you were wrong for 4 or 5 years, and I was trying to tell you that.
Gee, you change your opinion on things every 3 days. You don't get to go back in time and tell people what you said. Because one day you say fire Darrell Bevel, the next thing you say he's a genius. The next day you say fire him. The next day you say he's a genius. Nobody listens to this.
I never said fire Darrell Bevel.
You probably did. You've just blocked it out of your mind.
Can I just give a fact? 9 out of the last 13 seasons have been 10-win seasons for the Seahawks.
Right.
You don't win 9.
This comes back to that. This is the fact that you're good with good instead of great.
No.
I forgot about that.
No, what I'm saying is that you don't do that with a below-average offensive line.
Yes, you do.
It's the
They
easiest.
literally did. They literally did do that with a below-average offensive line. That literally is what happened.
What's your favorite position group on offense?
Huh?
What is your favorite position group on
Quarterback
offense?
group.
You love Geno?
No. On this
All right,
offense?
all right. Brock, can you come in? I'm tired.
What am I missing?
I don't know what.
Brock?
Brock's taking off his headphones. He's not even listening. He's just laughing too hard in the other room. I don't know what I'm missing here.
I just what you're missing is that it is literally the lowest hanging fruit, and I just want to see and hear this show talk about a little bit more addressing. Like when I'm out and about and I hear fans, gee, are they going to address the offensive line? Like it's almost like this people say the same thing that they hear.
All right, but
are they going to fire Darrell Bevel? Are they going to Come on, Mike Salk. I want to hear more out of you.
Gee, here's the thing. I know everybody likes to say, this is hysterical. Everybody likes to say that I am a contrarian, right? How many times have you heard more? How many times have people called me a contrarian?
Oh, I can tell you how many times I've called you.
Many times, right? And I always say the same thing. I'm not a contrarian. I think what I think, regardless of what other people think. I don't form my opinions based on other people's opinions. Gee, if the people agree with me or not it's immaterial to me. I come here every day and say what I think. And what I think has been the same for a long time, which is the same thing Tom Moore told Brock. Whatever plays you draw up, they can be as pretty as you want with all your fancy wide receivers and quarterbacks and everything else. If you can't protect it or you can't open up the holes, you can write them up on a piece of toilet paper and flush them down the toilet.
And wipe your butt with them.
Because it just isn't relevant.
Brock comes in on wiping your butt.
Well, that's his Tom Moore.
Well, that was the
impression.
Tom Moore.
That's what Tom said.
Yeah, that's what Tom said, right? Run up on toilet paper,
Also,
wipe your
doesn't
butt
every
and flush
fan
it.
base pick at the low-hanging fruit? If I could list the amount of people that have asked me about the Mariners' offense over the last couple years or why they don't sign more bats, I'd have lost my voice again.
What is so perplexing about this one, G, and thank you for coming in, and man, I got a headache from laughing. You two fighting, it's awesome.
We fight all the time.
What is the most perplexing about this one, and why I think this one Salk nibbles on like a pork chop over and over and over and over and over again, is because it is a little confounding. It's complicating. Because on many levels, how many times, Salk, do we equally say value? You can't overpay. You can't, pay for bad product. You can't pay for bad projection. It's so important in team building. And this is like the one area that John has sunk his teeth on so strongly, from a value standpoint. And even DJ said it to us yesterday, Salk, with the new cap and the new money, and you're just seeing so many, the opinion in the league. I was reading Mike Sando's article yesterday with all these NFL executives that evaluated everybody's moves in the whole offseason, and it was like overpay. Like everybody's overpaying for it. So on one level, I know it's complicating because you never want to overpay. That's bad business.
Right.
On the other level, when the bubble's about to burst in 99, when the housing market is what the housing market is, and if you don't get in and everybody's overpaying, like, well, if you want in, everybody's overpaying. So what do you want from me? Right? I mean, it's why this is, a difficult, kind of hard conversation. Because I think on one level you do respect John's ability to like have a conviction and I'm not overpaying. But on the other level,
at some point you've got to get this fixed.
On the other level,
you have to get this fixed.
Yeah.
Can I just give you one last way of looking at this? Now, Salk, you and I still love you, brother.
You're good.
I just want to give you guys, I want to give everyone another angle at looking at this. These offensive linemen, these free agents, these players that you guys wanted and couldn't understand why they didn't come here, why John Schneider and the Seahawks didn't acquire those players. You have to understand they have agents too. And what I mean by that is, here's the angle I want to give you. They have agents that say to them, I want to do the best for you. Sometimes an agent might advise the player, hey, you know what? This is a new scheme. This is a new year for this, right? I think you might be better in this situation. Or it might come down to, hey, you know your family lives in Alabama, right? Your family lives in Alabama. You're out in Seattle. Sometimes when you start paying, you being the one that has to pay for your family to come 4 or 5 hours on the airplane, that adds up. A lot of decisions.
But does it only add up for offensive linemen?
Well, I'm only using offensive
I understand,
linemen because
but
that's the position group we're talking about.
I get it, but he's found ways to bring in lots of other people.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm just talking about offensive
Okay,
linemen.
but you're using for an argument something that could be true of any position.
I'm just saying. Look,
do offensive linemen not want to come here?
The offensive lineman depends more on the scheme, more on the continuity than other positions on offense.
More than the wide receivers?
Yes.
Really?
More than, yes. The offensive line on offense. Oh, whoa.
The brotherhood and continuity.
No, time out.
Continuity, sure, but the scheme?
No, hold on. Let's be clear about something, Mike Salk. On the offensive side of the ball, no position groups depends on each other.
True.
Like the offensive line.
But you said scheme. It was scheme that I was picking up.
No. I mean, I'm talking scheme and I'm talking continuity.
The continuity I'll grant you, but you're telling me that for a wide receiver, the difference between being in a scheme where you're going to throw the ball a lot versus one where you're not doesn't make a big difference? I would think that would be an enormous difference. Whatever. We're going to move on. I can't fathom. Honestly, this is one of those things. I can't fathom anybody's disagreeing with me.
Enjoy when G calls you Mike Salk.
Is it sort of like when you call me Michael?
It's kind of like when your octave goes up, like Jeff Passan said. Yeah, and when I call you Michael. G, I am with you that there is a massive, massive amount of continuity. And that brotherhood, Salk, those guys know each other in ways that receivers don't. Right? And it does matter. I also know this, that if Will Fries wanted to be a Seahawk, and if Will Fries would have taken a physical and they could have inspected him and guaranteed all that money, then all of this conversation goes away. It was that simple.
It's just not simple. The offensive line is literally the most complex position and position group on the offense.
Yep.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
I feel like you've hurt G a little bit.
But it's been a decade. You got to get it right.
G, has he hurt you a little bit?
Yeah.
He does hurt to be wrong. I understand. I'm sure that's hard.
The reason why it hurts me is because I hear every single day, like, all you got to do is just address the offensive line. Like, all you got to do is just graduate from college and you just go get a good job. All you got to do is just have some kids and you'll be a great father.
Saying, but it's been a decade. That's the job. I'm not saying it's easy. It's hard, and I don't know which offensive lineman he should take. I don't have a clue whether Will Fries or any of these. I don't know what's the difference between any of them. I know it's been a really long time since the Seahawks have had a good offensive line. And it's especially important for a team that says they want to be physical and run the ball to have a good offensive line. I know that their level of monetary investment into the offensive line is low, and that is a decision made based on
their valuations.
Not just that, though, Brock. That is based on how you are choosing to spend your money. All the teams in the NFL have roughly the same amount of money to spend. It's which way you are choosing to allocate those resources. Other teams allocate more resources to that problem than the Seahawks do. And the Seahawks have a problem at that position. It seems to me like there is an obvious correlation between those two.
Well, they've
elements.
allocated draft capital, they've allocated young people, and believe that's the best way to do it, rather than
But that hasn't
overpay.
worked. But that hasn't worked.
It hasn't worked.
But that hasn't worked.
I understand. I understand.
Like,
And they
know-
are saying to you, it hasn't
It's going to
worked.
work now.
Now
it's going to work.
You know what does get talked about a lot? Luck. Not just in sports, but in life. And what I mean by that is sometimes the ball has to bounce your way. And let's be real. Can we not talk about the fact that the Seahawks were successful in their left tackle in Charles Cross?
Very.
They were successful in their right tackle, Abe Lucas. Oh, wait. Had a little bad luck. He was out. You know what I mean? Like, all I'm saying is while we're talking about all of this, sometimes a little luck has to happen. Luck happens when the Buffalo Bills don't want their running back anymore. They say, get this guy up out of here. And Pete Carroll says in 2010, we'll take Marshawn Lynch. You guys don't want him? We'll take him.
I think that's true.
Sometimes you got to have a little bit of luck.
Well, I don't disagree with you. Luck plays a role in all sports. But for 10 years, you've had a problem on the offensive line. I think at some point you got to get that fixed.
I told Salk,
yeah.
he promised me that he would get to this
I
sound.
did, yes. So this is Mike McDonald, this sound?
Yes,
Okay.
this is with Michael Sean Dugar at the owners' meetings. Gee, this is your wheelhouse right here, baby. This is wide receiver diva conversation. And Hawk Blogger, pulled this sound and played it the other day for me. I want to play it for you, Michael Sean Dugar, asking Mr. McDonald a couple pointed questions from DK Metcalf's comments on the podcast.
Yeah, this is when DK told the story about Tyler Lockett and him giving some advice to Grubb, and then Grubb didn't follow it, and they were like, cool, we're not going to give that anymore.
I may or may not remember that in the game. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a tough situation, right? Because everyone has their experience about what happened throughout the course of last year in all phases, right? I'm not going to say like that's his experience wasn't what he felt in that time. But look, we're not going to be perfect in how we operate, but our players' opinions, how they operate, what's important to them, that's always going to be really important to us. They're the ones who've got to do it. They're the ones who drive the bus. It's our job to help it make it come to life. We fell short in that sometimes last year, probably more so than we wanted to. But if you get a real good feel for the locker room about how well we take guys' input and value their opinions, I think you're going to get an overwhelming majority of guys saying that they feel heard and valued. It's an unfortunate situation that you felt that way for that time, but you have great players like that. Of course, you're going to do your best to make it come to life and let their opinions be heard.
Did Mike McDonald have enough ear to that locker room offensively?
Yes.
Did he, as a defensive-minded head coach, did he have enough understanding of the way DK and Tyler wanted to be heard and felt like they weren't being heard?
Yes. I'll say this. Since DK Metcalf has been a Seahawk, and by the way, look, and I don't want anything to don't take this wrong on what I'm going to say. I think DK is a great player. I think DK is an amazing player. But the Seattle Seahawks were more than accommodating to DK Metcalf. I'm going to tell y'all right now. The Seattle Seahawks were more than accommodating to DK Metcalf. I promise you, in my heart, because I know a lot of you guys, G don't know nothing about football. You're right. I don't know nothing about football. But I know this. I know the Seahawks did everything possible to be okay with DK Metcalf. Trust your boy. All right. So we can put that to bed. Like this whole wait, time out.
But he wasn't hurt enough. But he wasn't hurt enough.
Y'all really
He had to get on the headset and yell at Grubb.
Y'all really think Tyler Lockett wasn't listened to? Are you kidding me? Do you see the Seattle Seahawks post Tyler Lockett in his real estate? Tyler Lockett is the god in Seattle. What are we talking about? I'm not having this conversation about Tyler and DK not feeling. Stop it.
Is this a full-scale rebuild, though, in the offense? That was what Brady suggested in his piece yesterday. I thought it was an interesting – I hadn't thought of it that way, right? I had been kind of like, well, they're retooling this and that. But then you start looking at it, and you're like, all right, different quarterback, moved on from the wide receiver. Running back is going to be a little bit more of an open competition. Tight end, I don't know that I'm convinced that there's going to be the same starter, Noah Fant, as there was last year. Plus, there's going to be a lot more multiple tight end sets. Yeah. There's a decent chance that 2 to 3 of the players in the interior of the offensive line, at least 2 of them are going to be different. Certainly from last year, the beginning of the year. If you want to go from the beginning of the year, you're going to have a different right tackle. Obviously, Abe Lucas will have that job. You could have up to 7 new starters on your offense from last year, that does feel like a pretty big change.
No, it's a pivot.
Yeah.
It's a full-scale pivot, right? There's a saying that, Brock, it's said in football all the time. Crying falls on deaf ears. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. If this player doesn't want to be here anymore, this player wants to go get more money, nobody cares. You got to pivot, baby. And that's what the Seahawks have done. They were able to pivot. Geno was like, nah, I already know the Raiders going to give me some more money. I'm not going to stay here, so I'm out of here. And the Seahawks said, okay. DK at the last minute was like, nah, I don't want to be here no more. Okay. Like, it's a pivot. So, yes, we will see a brand-new offense going out there. And by the way, nobody's changing their expectations for the Seahawks. You aren't. I'm not. Brock's not. Fans not. Everybody right now has the expectations for the Seahawks to win the NFC West. And so does John Schneider and the Seahawks. They have that expectation, too.
Vegas doesn't. Vegas has San Fran at 10.5 wins. The Rams at 9.5. Has you tied with Arizona at 8.5.
Yeah, they have you at the bottom of the division. For whatever that's worth.
You know what? Hey,
Vegas doesn't usually change, though.
I know what
that
it's
can
like
be
to
hard
be on the
for
bottom,
Vegas.
Pauls. I know what it's like to be on the bottom.
Yeah.
And be looked at like, oh, that guy's not going anywhere.
Hey.
He's just the car wash guy. I know what that's like,
Of
baby.
course.
Sometimes when you hit the bottom, that's when you persevere. You make it happen.
Can I just
You know
play
what
you
I'm
something
saying?
before we go? Because there's been a long conversation here about, John Schneider and the general manager and the decisions made, et cetera. And I thought I would leave you on a different note. Okay. Because while we may disagree on the way the offensive line has been built and should be built
and treated and talked about,
there's a lot of really positive things to say about John Schneider personally. And I thought I would share this. This was him talking yesterday again with Wyman and Bob about the upcoming Ben's Fund charity event. If anyone has ever been to it or knows anything about it, it is an awesome event that John and his wife have been working on for a really long time. They do great work on it. And here is what John said about this year's Ben's Fund event.
Tracy in our group here, started Ben's Fund to help families that can't afford treatments for autism, and his art is up at the Balmer group today. So we ran up there about 1:00 and checked it out. Pretty cool, proud mom and dad to be able to see that stuff like all around their offices and everything. Real modern place, real open, and we're back having the primetime event. It's like real exclusive. We're gonna have it down at the locker room. There's 30 tickets left for the public. It's gonna be real fun. A lot of cool stuff going on that night. Pretty intimate deal. There's gonna be some real fun stuff happening. Some cool events and cool items to auction off and everything. It's not like your normal charity event or your like an auction deal. But yeah, you can go to primetime2025.eventbrite.com and the password is John Schneider Show.
John Schneider Show. So in the locker room? That's pretty awesome. That's kind of rare.
Are you auctioneering that sucker?
They
I got 500. I got 5.
They ain't never listen. I've been to that event.
I got 5
bunch of times.
750.
First,
I
let
got 5
me
and
say,
750. I got 5 and
it is
750.
amazing what they do.
But
they ain't invited your boy to be the auctioneer.
Oh no,
that's cool.
Well,
somebody asked.
You're always invited in here, G. Every Friday at 8:30. We love our time together, giving the people what they want, and we will be right back. Make sure you tune in to G and Ursula today. Looks like is Angela here today? Do I see Angela Poe Russell out there?
Yes, you do. We're gonna talk about America's biggest tax.
Okay, that's coming up on G and Ursula. We'll be right back with you guys on Here's the Thing next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith signing a 2-year, $85.5 million extension with the Raiders.
Good for him, man. He took advantage of a great situation.
Would you have paid Geno that much?
Yeah, my number was around 40. Listen, you got younger, you got cheaper with Sam Darnold. The thing that you don't know is if he's going to be able to repeat that performance that he had last year.
If someone were to say Sam Darnold is going to give you Geno production at way less money, great.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. The weather is warming. The sports are moving outdoors, Shannon. Maybe time to take care of that lawn and pull the old lawnmower out. Is it a time where you get a little busier as the weather warms?
Oh, absolutely, Brock. What we know, particularly in the Puget Sound, we have these cold, wet winters. The weather changes, the sun comes out, and everybody wants to rush outside and do things. And I'm telling you, that's great, but you got to take time, listen to your body. You got to prepare your body for those activities. You don't want to go too fast, too soon. So warm up, stretch, make sure you have flexibility, a little bit of conditioning, because if you're conditioned and ready and prepared, those activities outside are going to be so much funner, if that makes sense. You're an athlete yourself, Brock. You know how important warming up is.
No, I like funner. I think they would tell you more fun, but I kind of like funner, and that's exactly what IRG is. For more info or to book your appointment today, simply go to irgpt.com. Remember, that's irgpt.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, man. It is a beautiful Friday here in Seattle. Going to be up near 70 degrees today. Am I golfing? Well, let's just say if you're on your way to DuPont and you can find yourself at the home course, you might see me today. You just never know. I might pop up there around noon for my tea time. Brock, We forgot
Is
this.
that up there or down there?
Down there.
Thank you.
Sorry. Did I say up?
You said up there.
Oh, I'll be heading down to DuPont.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll be heading down on
your
south on
geography.
I-5, obviously. Yeah, I'm sorry if I said up. Jeez, that would be misleading.
Yes.
It's not like we're operating out of, Chehalis or something. All right. Here's the thing. We forgot to do this yesterday. I feel terrible about it because you guys have come up with some really great messages
We'll
that you've
see how
left
you feel
us.
after you hear the ones for you.
Oh, all right. Well, let's hear what the people have.
Brock Heward doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, we'll get right into it. It looks like Lyle has taken a little bit of
I'm gonna
grief
guess
this week.
I'm gonna guess his Pearl Jam take.
Yeah, that probably hurt a lot of people around
That's
here.
my guess.
Here's Adam.
Here's the thing, Lyle. Playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin is not a SpongeBob reference. Jeez.
It is a SpongeBob reference.
Well,
you want proof? Here.
That's not where it originated.
I don't think it originated there.
No.
Like, it may have. You may have heard it there.
He kind of.
Mr. Krabs plays a song on the smallest violin. Squidward says this is serious, and Mr. Krabs goes, "No, this is the world's smallest violin."
But they're talking
Wait, did you
about it.
pull a SpongeBob cut to play for us?
Maybe.
Let me hear it.
Hang on. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. And
Oh, boo-hoo. Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest violin. This is serious. I know. This really is the world's smallest violin.
Right.
see, SpongeBob reference.
Right, the reason it works, though, is because that's a common.
What we need to know is if that's the only place you've ever heard the world's smallest violin.
Yes.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were referencing.
Yeah, it was around before that.
Yeah.
Well, I really do learn something new every day on
You
the show.
sure
when,
do.
When you say you learn something new every day, I legitimately do on this show.
Here's Jared.
Here's the thing. This is Salk talking to his listeners about baseball. This is Salk talking to Jeff Passan about baseball. Oh, Jeff, I love you. Oh, oh my God. We're basically saying the same thing. Oh my God, you're so smart. I'm so smart.
I don't know if Passan feels like that's how it goes.
Passan was the one who said last week we were saying the same thing.
Oh, that's good, Jared.
That's funny. All right, we got more for Lyle.
Here's the thing. I want to be nominated for giving a trash take this week, and it's Lyle's taste in music. You like Travis Scott and Lil Uzi Vert? They're trash in mumble rap. All they do is go, you don't even know what they're saying, and they're not even using real words or lyrics. Lyle, do yourself a favor. Go look up Dr. Dre, Eminem, Ice Cube, Ludacris, Logic, Joyner Lucas, and the best rapper and lyricist of all time, Tech Nine. Go do some homework. Go on Spotify. Do whatever you got to do. Look them up and learn what real rap music is.
Who said I don't like those guys?
I think Lyle won the whole thing on the mumble rap thing. Like, I can't understand what the mumble rap guys are saying, but it's not like I understood what Eddie Vedder was saying half the time either. I like. I'm not a big need to understand the lyrics guy.
I am.
Are you?
Yes.
You can't
cares what they're
understand
saying?
You can't understand what they're saying in Pearl Jam 10.
Brock, you
That's
never
the
know any
art.
of the lyrics when you sing
Every
the song.
rose
get 'em all
has
wrong.
its thorn.
Brock, you came onto this show and famously said the boys are back again.
The boys
And
are back
Mr.
again.
Sandman, sing me a song.
Sing me a song.
Yeah, I don't think this is
have
working
power and words matter.
for you. Not that much. Not lyrics don't though. Here's Ethan.
So Salk's hairy, he's had fleas, and he's a former smoker. He's quite possibly the most disgusting human in the history of man.
All right, I'll own the fleas and I'll own the smoking thing, but that's not my fault. I'm hairy. Hairy's not disgusting.
And
It just
mouth kiss your dog. Throw that in there too.
it's more like the dog mouth kisses me. Not my kids though. I was thinking about that more last night. Like, would you
By the
mouth kiss your
way,
friends?
I found out that Chris is with you.
Yeah, mouth kissing's gross.
Yeah.
It's a romantic thing. That's why I don't mouth kiss my friends or people I don't know, or my kids or my parents.
But with the children, it's
Mhm.
innocent.
Yeah, nope.
Does Chris mouth kiss Boston? Bruin?
Bruin? Yeah, she gives him kisses.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, Bruin's so sweet.
All right, Jared. Jared's got more?
Oh, I think there's. Oh, wait, we already did that one. Sorry. I already did the. No, we have more impressions of Salk? No, hopefully that's the same thing. Okay, good. Here is Greg.
Here's the thing. This is Greg from Richland. Salk, you're a man. You should know your head size. That's your hat size. Just like you should know your neck size and your shoe size. Now, go get yourself some fitted hats or maybe a fedora.
I have shoes, which is why I know my shoe size. I have shirts, which is why I know my neck size. I don't wear fitted hats. Why would I need to know my head size? I don't like the way fitted hats look. I guess that's another thing that Salk doesn't like.
How they don't look?
I don't like how they look.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I may have put the impression of you in there twice and left out the supportive message for Salk.
Oh, why did you leave that out?
I didn't mean to. You want me to play it?
No.
Yeah.
Not really. Yeah,
Build him back up. He's been
Here's the thing. I'm going to do the thing I vowed I'd never do. I'm going to defend Mike Salk.
Oh.
If Mike wants to eat canola oil cooked popcorn, let him. All you seed oils cause cancer. Oh, yeah, well, he's not ripping butts anymore out back, so he gets to do that. That's a pretty healthy swap in my book. So, Mike, enjoy your popcorn, cook it the way you want, and don't listen to them, okay? Bunch of weirdos.
That's nice. Yeah. That works out. I'm net positive in the carcinogen debate. Danny weighs in as usual.
Boy, here's the thing. It is I, James from Ireland. I called in 2 weeks ago to complain about Brooke not giving me a shout-out on the radio station. And he's still yet to give me a shout-out. What does an Irish brother have to do to get a shout-out? Do I have to be from Easy-Quay? Or do I have to be from Puyallup? You want me to be from Puyallup, Brooke? Well, that's it. I'm done licking the Blarney Stone. Next week, I'm coming onto an airplane, and I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. For I am James, the King of Ireland. Hear me roar. Whee!
I never thought that that James from Ireland would end up being impersonated on this show.
Danny's pretty good.
Listener on listener crime, basically.
Zane killed it this
Should we
week,
finish
though.
with Zane? All right, here's Zane as Haley's wedding planner.
Yes, this message is for Brooke Heward. Brooke, this is Genghis Montour with Wild Wedding Planners Incorporated. Just revisiting some details for the wedding of your beautiful daughter. Number one, I believe we are a go for the live elk hunt at the wedding. And as you know, these types of things usually take place before the wedding and are not actually part of the wedding proper. But here we are. Number two, and speaking of the wedding reception menu, with the addition of elk or steer, porcupine, rabbit, and salmon, and yes, the salmon will be served with a sign reading, caught by the bride's father. I believe that brings us to 17 proteins and not one single vegetable. Again, for the sake of variance, maybe we add seasonal vegetables, or perhaps you could revisit your decision to remove artichokes from the cheese and artichoke boat, okay? And number three, you made a joke, I believe, about presentation of keys to the chastity belt at the end of the service.
My God.
And quite honestly, it was hard to tell if you were joking on account of your ridiculously square, serious face and my inability to make eye contact with you. You know, the eyes, woo, but let me know on that one. Okay, Brooke Heward, not too broke because this strange wedding is going to cost you. Ciao for now, bye.
Wow. The live elk hunt.
Oh,
that got me.
17 proteins and not one vegetable.
Oh, man, the live elk hunt really got me. That was...
I like how the salmon had to have a sign designating that the bride's father caught it, too.
That's good.
He knows you well.
We've got some great listeners.
You've really been chatting with the wedding planner a lot, haven't you? He's right on top of you, that's for sure. All right, great job, everybody. Sorry for the delay this week. We'll do it Thursday again next week. 8 o'clock, we'll try to get back to... Actually, it'll probably be 9 o'clock because of Brock's Draft Profiles. But we'll do it next Thursday as well. Just download the app, the Seattle Sports app, and you too can leave us messages like those. We'll come back with everything you need to know. And then from your voice messages to your phone calls. It's all coming up. Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved
characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, R-E-V-I-B-E, menshealth.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
So it turns out those are the only 2 times, Brock, that 2 people with the same name have started back-to-back games for the same team in Major League Baseball. The Bobby Joneses for the Mets in 2000, and then now the 2 Luis Castillos, as Luis F. Castillo will take the ball today in San Francisco against Justin Verlander. Shout out to Alex Mayer with the Mariners for that information.
Who had that on their bingo card, by the way, when we were down in Peoria in late February? That, who is going to start the 8th game of the year for the Seattle Mariners?
If you had told me it would be Luis F. Castillo.
Anybody?
F would have been definitely involved in my response.
The second time through the rotation, who is going to start in San Francisco? Go ahead, take a name. Any name. There is no way in the world anybody had Luis F. Castillo.
I think I would have taken.
When did they even acquire him?
He came in, I think, in December or January. After a few years, he'd been in Japan for the last couple of years. Pitched for both the Marines and the Oryx Wave, and before that, he was with who was he with for a couple of years? The Giants, maybe.
When he was in the big leagues, he was with the Tigers.
The Tigers, yeah. He pitched a couple of innings with the Tigers out of the pen. But he's going to get the start today for their home opener against Justin Verlander. And he'll push back Bryce Miller and Brian Wu both. They'll both get an extra day of rest. Jorge Polanco will return today as well. John Morosi, asked by Wyman and Bob about the start to this season, especially offensively, said.
This season feels a lot like the last couple seasons in the sense that they're off to a little bit of an underwhelming start. Not a terrible one, but just a bit of an underwhelming one. And they're probably going to have to get right down to September and win a lot of low-scoring games.
That word, underwhelming, is a pretty good one. That's
your second worst average in baseball. That's
I know,
terrible.
but you're 3 and 4. You're not 0 and 7. Like
your team, your record is underwhelming.
It's underwhelming.
Fine.
Yeah.
But you can say it. Your offense has been terrible.
Oh, the offense
You've
has been
not scored
awful.
runs.
Absolutely.
You've not hit with runners in scoring position.
I was just referring to their start in general.
Yeah.
And I think that's the exact right word. It's not horrible. You can come back from 3 and 4. I mean, you're right there.
Yep.
But it is underwhelming, especially given all of the
has their O-line been good
starting.
last year? Was their O-line good last year?
It was not.
So was it good the year before?
No.
Year before that?
Not really.
So was their offense good last year?
No.
Is it good in the first 7 games?
But it was actually good 2 years ago. Nobody wants to give it credit, but they were 11th in the league in runs.
Yeah.
Not last year. Last year was pretty darn bad, and so far it has not been fantastic either.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
What do you like from John Schneider? I got all sorts of good sound here. You want to hear about what he's doing in the last couple of weeks. You don't want to overanalyze wrong information. And then there's the external noise, Brock, because sometimes you can hear those outside sources, and you want to know what to do about it.
Depending on who puts it out there, sure, but it's an alert for us to say, okay, well, let's go back because we had a great interview with the players, so let's go back and interview them again. Let's spend more time with them. Let's tell our coaches spend more time with them. Yeah, it's just more of an alert than it is like, okay, well, we're just gonna listen to that and pull the player off because of it.
I am curious, and I've asked Brady about this, and he's tried to do some of the due diligence. It's just very difficult to know exactly who is in all the time, but these top 30 visits.
Mm-hmm.
It would be kind of fascinating to know some gamesmanship. Like if I could listen to a podcast 20 years from now, and John would just really let out all the secrets of the time with Pete, all the different moves, all the different, storylines. Like these top 30 visits, how many of those are just that?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, we really like this guy. Ooh, we've heard some stuff. We better bring him in. And I know a bunch of them are injury related. There's no question about that. Personality related. And then I wonder how many of them are red herrings too. Well, let's bring this guy in and let everybody know we're bringing him in because, well...
It doesn't sound like that many. I think I was Hawk blogger, Brian Nemhauser, who I want to say I saw him saying that their 30 visits are actually a pretty good look into who they like and who they might be looking to bring in. So,
all right, I'm going to study that a little bit.
Ask him. I mean, didn't you go on a show last night?
A couple nights ago.
Aren't you guys... It was 2 nights ago? Okay, it was 2 nights ago. Aren't you guys now buddies?
I don't know. Didn't you...
I know.
Get beat by him on a golf course?
I did.
Didn't he beat you soundly on a golf course?
Absolutely, yes. 100% yes.
I mean, you get like 5 hours.
But I'm not the one who needs to get the information from him.
Walking
you are.
time, talking time, walking, talking.
What? What is that?
I don't know.
Please don't do that again.
Talking.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I don't know what you're doing, but I don't think you should do it anymore. I'm just going to go ahead and say
No,
it.
that's a song.
wait.
That's a lyric.
Is that a hip hop song you're singing?
Walking.
Are you saying "Walk It Like I Talk It"?
Oh, was he doing
song?
Migos?
Yes.
Oh my God, that was butchered.
Thank
Words
you.
matter. Brock.
How does it go?
Words matter.
So into lyrics.
Walk
How
it
does it
like
go?
I talk it.
Walk it.
That was the worst Migos impression I've ever heard. Why do you even come in on Fridays if this is what you're going to do? Geno Smith signs
Live for that.
new deal.
Yeah. Walk it like it's right up my alley. Walk it like it. Thank you. Like I talk it. Walk it like I talk it.
So did you just do that?
And you did
Somebody
that
had
for
to.
5 hours with Nemhauser.
Somebody had
Probably
to. Maura.
listen to
You
that.
weren't going to do it. I know you. You weren't going to do it, and obviously it needed to be done. You weren't going to do it. You get too scared.
Take a risk.
That's everything you need
Maura,
to know.
take a risk.
That's everything you need to know. Quarter
Maura,
past
do you ever
every
take
hour.
a risk?
I really do like that
I believe
song.
I took many risks with some of the songs that I have sung on this show.
I think that's true. You like that song?
I do like that song.
I do too.
Yes.
Definitely. If that song's on, I'll keep listening. I'm all in on that. Plus, I really love the Migos on SNL bit that they did with where
Sweet Caroline?
Huh?
Sweet Caroline?
No, where
James
Cecily
Corden.
Strong is their therapist.
Oh.
Oh my God, it is so freaking funny.
I thought you were talking about what Maura's talking about. Yeah, where they were doing Sweet Caroline with James Corden.
I don't know whether no, this was on SNL, and Cecily Strong is their therapist, and they're like having beef with each other, and they're like getting emotional. Oh my God, it's really funny. All right,
Lyle, did you pull that song up that quickly that time?
I pulled it up.
that was definitely.
I was going to say, I'd love to take credit for it, but that was Maura.
Lyle was not that kind of. Plus, I think that song came out before Lyle was born. Anyway, let's open up the phone lines 866-979-3776. What do you guys want to talk about? Because we're open to pretty much whatever. We spent a lot of time talking about the offensive line. Is this a matter of not needing to spend $100,000 for a Pinto, or is there another way of looking at this? We've talked draft. Mariners start to their season since we've chatted last.
F. Castillo.
The Mariners have gone, what? They started off 1-0, and then they went 2-4 after that. What have you made of the start to this Mariner season? We're open for whatever. 866-979-3776. Let's take your phone calls next on Brock and Salk.
Yeah.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Abe Luke is going to be the most important player on this offense. Why? Because when he is available and he is playing, him and Charles Cross are going to hold it down. It's all about keeping the band together. And the band has been split up a lot over the past couple of years, right? We saw rookies play tackle. We saw rookies play guard. But when Abe and Charles Cross are playing together, those bookends hold it down. It's Abe Lucas, man.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, guys, it is Friday, which means it's just about time for the weekend. You know what you're doing tonight, tomorrow. Don't you want to head to where luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel? Yes, where comfort meets elegance. And get ready, because this summer, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's got the award-winning outdoor summer concert series with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and P.O.D. All this summer overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley at snocasino.com. You can find tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Think about your home. Warm in the winter, cool in the summer. If any of these don't work, your quality of life is impacted. For a decade, I've trusted Home Comfort Alliance to fix and upgrade it all. Hi, John Curley here. Upgrade now with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Get up to $5,000 in local utility rebates. And Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Plus, Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Call Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
All right, keep up. It's me, the radar gun at T-Mobile Park. And these Mariners pitchers have me working overtime. 3 all-star aces, Logan Gilbert, Luis Castillo, and George Kirby throwing absolute gas.
Holy smokes, what a performance. Strikeout number 10 on the night.
And don't forget about Bryce Miller and Brian Wu, the young guns. Those guys get me fired all the way up.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
And just when you think you've survived, here comes Andres Munoz dialing up triple digits and shutting the door. Oh boy, I'm giddy just thinking about it.
Back-to-back strikeouts, and the ball game is over.
Trust me, you're going to want to grab a seat and feel the speed for yourself. And there they go again. I got to make sure my batteries are charged. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Be here at T-Mobile Park next week for divisional showdowns against the Astros and Rangers. The Mariners are squaring off against Houston this Monday through Wednesday, and Texas Friday, April 11th to Sunday, April 13th. Go to Mariners.com to lock in your seats and check out all the marquee matchups on deck at the ballpark.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second Cyberknife. Patients can now receive Cyberknife treatment at Swedish Cherry Hill and First Hill campuses. As many 710 listeners know, Cyberknife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment option for prostate cancer with proven results. It uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. Healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. The end result? Excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the CyberKnife treatment period is typically only 5 days, with each session lasting less than an hour. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, it must be a fellow Friday, Brock, with a little fella cootie at 9:30 to take us into our weekend. Should I listen to this on the golf course today? Yeah, probably should. Let's play this out on the home course.
Are you a big speaker?
I've become that. I did not start off that way. I used to think it was kind of not a great idea. And over time, I've totally changed my view. I am now fully into music on the golf course, fully into it. Now, I think you got to be polite about it. And, you know, you don't want to make it too loud. And certainly there's styles of music that are inappropriate. But you?
Take it or leave it. Yeah, I think kind of take it or leave it. I totally understand, and there's times where I don't like it, and then there are times where, certainly if your playing partners enjoy it, then great. But I don't know if just on my own, or if it's my choice.
Yeah, I'll walk today, so I'll be and I'm playing by myself or with, people I get paired with. So yeah, I will definitely have the music on.
In your AirPods?
No. I got a little Bushnell. Those little Bushnell speakers are awesome.
On your
They're
golf
like
bag?
$50. You throw it on the golf bag, and not only can you Bluetooth the sound, but it's got an app so that you can click a button and it'll tell you the distance to the hole. It's awesome. Those things are very cool.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You think you'll play that walking, talking?
Yes. It's going to be yes. I'm going to do a Spotify Migos mix, and we'll see what happens.
See how that goes.
All right, 866-979-3776. Are you telling me that we don't have full phone lines right now? What am I missing? The Mariners have given you a week's worth of content. The Seahawks are, we've been debating this draft stuff like it's going out of style. You're telling me that there are a couple of phone lines that are open? I'm shocked by this. Seriously. Come on, guys. 866-979-3776. Give us an opinion. We'll start with Justin in Salt Lake. What's up, Justin?
Yeah. Hey, I just think that it might be time to shift the way we think about Julio, and maybe he's just a good to very good player, like a Teoscar Hernandez type, as opposed to like the superstar we all thought he was going to be the whole time, like a Acuna or someone like that. But he might make a couple all-star teams and have a good couple months every year, but maybe this is kind of who he is at this point,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting, Justin, because if you were to, thank you for the phone call, and thanks for listening down in Salt Lake. If you were to see our text streams over the years, I saw a tweet the other night in one of the Rough Mariner games. It's like, oh man, I wish I could see that text stream of the Lyle Brockmore Salk right now. And if you saw some of those, you'd see a fair amount of them, Justin, where I do just wonder from a processing how hard that is. And Passon talks about it a lot. Certainly chatted with the Mariners brass about it down in spring training. It's fun to, learn the insights and man, all of the ways they study barrel rates and barrel feel and all of it. And just the ability to process the off speed that has been a bit of a bugaboo, Salk, for him, kind of seeing it, laying off of it, or, is it a processing issue? Is it a maturity and patience issue? Is it going to be an Achilles heel issue? I think now, 4 years in, this is a pretty significant season to not draw finalities, but I do think to draw some pretty strong opinions. And I will be watching that one pretty closely this year.
I don't know. I'm just looking at Julio's WAR totals over the course of his career, and it's hard for me to say he's going to be just a good player. So here's a little interesting fact.
Isn't quite a bit of that built on defense and speed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of it, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But just I thought this was interesting. Julio's career, 6.2 WAR. This is Baseball Reference, so B-WAR. 6.2 as a rookie, 5.5, 4.3. So, yes, downward trend. Don't love that.
It's not going the right way.
Based on the first week, if Julio plays at the same level he is playing right now, what will his WAR be at the end of the year?
Hitting $185?
Just based on what his WAR is today. What do you think it will be if you multiply it times 23 or whatever it is to get to 162?
I don't know. 5?
6.9.
Yeah, that's way wrong then.
Well, I mean, because he's hit a home run and he's hit a double, triple. Like, he's got his OPS is 788, Brock. I know you're looking at batting average like it's 1987, but his OPS is 788. That's not terrible.
I'm looking at 30% strikeout and a $185 average.
Yeah,
Over 162 games, kid.
But that
kills you.
It might.
That's not Vlad. That's not Acuna. That's not.
But
I'm
looking at a home run and an extra base hit a week, and looking at like the OPS, the taking his walks and doing all those things, plus the defense, plus his ability to run.
To
He doesn't even.
His point, the optics. We thought, and that contract said, superstar.
I understand all of that.
That is the conversation, not whether he's a good player or even great player.
But that's actually my point. My point is not that Julio has been incredible to start the year. It's that even when Julio's not incredible, he's still on pace for 7 wins this year. Julio is a superstar caliber player. I'm not going to adjust my expectations. If he's only good, then it's a disappointment. I'm sorry. Like, Julio has superstar power. Superstar ability, superstar speed, everything, every single talent that Julio has is at superstar level. He's got to put it together. I'm not going to lower my expectations at all. I expect him to be a superstar.
Does it change anything at all for you? And I made this comparison, well, TJ and I both did last summer, that before he got hot in the final 5 or 6 weeks last year, when you look at a 1.5-year stretch for him offensively leading up to that point, he was essentially Jazz Chisholm on offense. It's not a bad player. It's not a superstar player.
But the game isn't played that way, right? Like, you play it over a season, et cetera, and then you come up with your numbers. Look, I don't know. I'm not here defending Julio and how he's played.
Superstars are consistent.
I'm not defending how Julio has played. No, they're not. They're all consistent.
Aaron Judge, Ohtani, they're pretty darn. The superstars, Soto, pretty darn consistent.
Yeah, Gunnar, Bobby.
They don't
Witt,
have a 1.5 years of that kind of production.
I'm not quite willing to totally agree on that, but I guess I would just say I'm not justifying what Julio's done. It's been disappointing, but I'm not going to change my expectations. He has the ability to be a superstar. He's got to do it.
Oh, his ability? Yeah, his ability is an absolute superstar.
Well, that's still what I'm going to judge him on. I'm not going to judge him on, well, he's good, so everything's fine. No, they paid him to be a superstar. He showed that he's got superstar potential. I want to see a superstar.
But to Justin's point, then, at what point can we have that conversation out loud where it's like, hey, man, that's still the expectation, but the reality?
I think we've been having that every day. When have we not had that conversation? At what point have we ever said Julio's lived up to those expectations since his rookie year? The opposite. We sit here and said over and over again that when Julio actually hits like a superstar, there's no offense problem. I feel like we do that all the time.
Did Passan ever come out with that article, in fact? Okay,
he promised it was going to come out at the beginning of this year.
All right, here we go.
Still
Take
hasn't
some calls.
happened.
Here we go.
All right, let's go to Richard. Good morning, Richard.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I'm calling because for the past few months, I've been getting kind of frustrated about folks calling our Seahawks defense really good or even great. Because just as a reminder, the teams that we beat at the end of last season were a smoked Niners team, crappy Cardinals twice, New York Jets, Chicago Bears, and a Rams team that started Jimmy freaking G. And this is the kicker, let an assistant coach call the plays because they're so terrified by our defense. So my point is, when it comes to the defense, I will believe it when I see it against elite teams.
Okay. Yeah, I think both old Justin and Richard done an excellent job here of kind of stirring the pot up a little bit to some conversation. I mean, you do understand, Richard, that is the NFL. Over the course of the season, teams do get beat up, and you've got to take advantage of it and get after it, and why you typically see defenses play, some in the elite defenses kind of rise and feast on bad opponents. You got to do that. And then when you play the Josh Allens and the elite quarterbacks, it's a little bit of hang on for every defense.
Yeah.
So,
but I think he's right. I mean, I think the Seahawks, I don't know whether I would say they haven't been good. They've been good.
I think Arizona too was also 6-4 before you kind of humbled them and pummeled them.
By the time the season ended, I think I felt like that was a good defense. But is it elite yet? No. Right? I mean, I don't think they showed. We know what elite defense looks like here in Seattle. Yep. I think we know the difference between that and what we saw last year.
Yep.
But for the first time in a while, I guess I have a sense that maybe it's headed in that direction.
Top 10. It was a top 10. If the O-line was a 30th ranked O-line at the end of the year, it was a top 10 scoring defense, top 10, pressure. It was a top 10 defense. Was it top 5? Was it top 3? Richard, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Those are the elite ones.
But it was good. I mean, by the end of the year, it was a good defense. 866-979-3776. Let me go to who's been hanging on. Mark in Brennan. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy spring and all that stuff, and thanks for taking the call.
Hey, quick question for you, Mark. Quick question before you get to a great opinion. Benetti loves to do this in our production meetings when there's somebody from like a small town, right? A small town in Texas, small town in Oklahoma, and he's like, so, and let me throw an impersonation of Benetti right back in his face. So, if I was driving through Brennan, what is the one place I've got to stop at? What is it, Mark?
Yeah, the little store there. They have a little store, gas station right there, the Brennan store. It's really cool. They have some neat stuff in there. They have some local stuff. They have some fishing stuff. They have it's just kind of a gathering spot of locals and really sweet people that run it, and it's just a great little spot there.
Way to go. Way to answer. Okay, now fire away. What you got?
Yeah, well, the other day when you guys had Passon on, he was talking about, you guys were asking about strikeouts for Julio and can they be great with the strikeouts. And Jeff did a great job listing all the players that are superstars and where their strikeout rates are and where Julio's is. And, it's just tough to look at Julio right now at 24 years old and say that he's, one of the best players in the major leagues. He's not. He's a long ways from that. I mean, Schwarber's got 4 home runs already. Julio's got 1. There's just so many guys that are having impacts on their teams in the major leagues that Julio isn't. So I'm not ready to give up on him, but he's got a long way to go to get to where he wants to go. And I think the Mariners very soon in the next month need to give some serious consideration to getting rid of some players like Garver, make Ford the second catcher, let him hit per average. Crawford's another guy. Bring Young up, put him at shortstop. I mean, it's just sooner or later these guys are not having any impact, and they're having negative impact on the team. And it's time to change the personality and get some new blood in there, and let's move on to the future.
Well, some of those things get a little complicated. Let me see if I could address a couple of those things. Just saying, well, we should bring up Cole Young. It was not a great start for Cole Young. He's hitting since you like batting average so much, he's hitting 175 in AAA. So let's not just call up Cole Young just yet. Let's see if he could hit AAA pitching before we actually bring him up to the major leagues and see how he does there and decide that we're done with J.P. Crawford, etc. As for the Julio stuff, I just want to clarify. I am not sitting here trying to tell you that Julio has lived up to expectations. If anybody heard that, I'm sorry, I didn't say it very well. My point is that Julio should not be given the pass of, well, he's just not a superstar, so it's fine. He's just good. Let's just treat him at that level. Julio should be a superstar. And if he does the things that we're talking about, he has every bit of talent and ability to be at that level. But he's got to not strike out so much. He's got to hit more consistently. He's got to hit for more power. He's got to be able to get on base enough to use his legs. But Julio has unique traits that most people don't have.
Yeah, I guess
I'm not gonna say until it's a done deal. Well, I guess it just he just isn't a superstar. Like, no, he hasn't played that way. But he's still your best shot to do it.
See, this is where there's that little bit of a line, and now there's been enough years and enough kind of descending from the ceiling we saw early to, I think, fairly bring up the question. And that is, yes, the traits are there. He's 6'3", he's 230. He can hit a ball 120 miles per hour off of his bat. He can run in his foot speed, and he can cover this ground. So, yeah, those measurable traits are all there. The question is the ability and the talent, like the production, right? That should come with that. That is, I think, what has come into question.
I think those are very fair questions.
Long
the
stretches.
Only answer I was trying to give earlier is, in addition to all of that, it's worth remembering that even when he doesn't hit at a superstar level, his other abilities on the baseball field are so great.
Yes.
His defense, his arm, his speed, his stolen bases, etc., that even when he doesn't do all the things that he's not doing, he's still a 4 to 7 win player.
Yeah.
Which is pretty darn remarkable. And there aren't many people like if Juan Soto goes through a bad stretch, not that he has, I'm not saying this is not a comp. Like, that's it. That's all he brings.
That's right.
Julio is able to at least still provide a tremendous amount of value to his team, even though he's not hitting at a superstar level. It shows you what he's truly capable of. That's my point.
Yeah,
Can I make one
please
quick note? It's not about Julio. It's actually about the shortstop thing. So 2 things. One, just if people are interested, I think Cole Young's actually hit the ball pretty hard so far in AAA, and he's been a proponent of some bad luck. This is not me saying call Cole Young up now. He needs plenty of time. But I think those numbers are a little skewed so far. The other part of this is, for the J.P. Crawford's sake, I know he hasn't gotten off to a great start, but to be fair, he got off to a pretty tough start in his career year in 23 also, so there's no saying he can't turn it around.
Let's hope. 866. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I do also wonder, and because I'm a little more on that line with Mark, that at what point will you come this year where you're like, kind of like the Oakland A's are doing, or excuse me, the A's are doing, where they've got all these young guys that are gaining this experience. Are they struggling a little bit? Are some of them going to be in the deep end of the pool a little bit? Yeah. But you know what? They were a first-round pick, a first-round pick, a first-round pick, a first-round pick. You know what? Like Harry Ford was a high pick. Tyler Locklear was a second-round pick. You know, like Cole Young was a first-round pick.
Do some of that, Brock, but you can do it all at once?
No.
I don't think you can do that. I don't think that to me would be a real problem.
But do I need to see Mitch Garver hit a $170 again and strike out 3 or 4 times? Or would it be better for the long term, eventually, to bridge this chasm between all these young bats and the pitchers, and bridge this chasm and say, yeah, let's give Harry 150 bats. He may be overmatched.
I think there's
but
a lot of
we will
value
be
to that.
better for that in the long run.
You got to find out first. You got to find out whether or not Garver can bounce back. You got to find out if JP can bounce back. You got to find out first.
Memorial Day.
But within a month or so, I think that was one of the arguments we made in favor of this lineup, because there's a lot I don't like about it. One of the things I do like is, hey, if it doesn't work, you move on.
Yep.
You're not tied to Jorge Polanco the way you were a year ago. If he can't play third base, you move him. You're not tied to Ryan Bliss. If it doesn't work, you send him back to the minors and try Cole Young or someone else.
You moved on from Haniger.
Right, you're not tied to Garver the same way anymore. Like, this is the last year of his deal. You have more flexibility to do that. But I think that April 4th might be a little quick to start having that conversation. 866-979-3776. Let me try Don in Yakima. Good morning, Don.
Good morning. Hi. Well, I'm a contrarian about the Seahawks offensive line in the past. I believe that, I guess Unger was the only decent player that I remember, and he was great because he was the center. We haven't had a great center in a long time. I think center is kind of the captain of that offensive line. I think Marshawn Lynch protected that offensive line because he would break tackles behind the line of scrimmage and everywhere else at the line of scrimmage where the guys didn't make the blocks. And so there are no Marshawn Lynches to go to right now. So now you really have to have an offensive line, and I really think we're working at it, and I hope we're working at it. But that's
just out of curiosity,
anyway.
I agree with you all the way through. What makes you say they're working at it?
Well, I really do think the guys, last year, some of those guys were rookies and barely not even able to hardly tie their shoes. And I think the coaches right now, and I don't want to say anything bad about the former UW coach, but I think he was still a college coach and not ready to coach in the pros. And so I don't think they got everything out of those guys that they could have got out last year. And I really think those guys are there. And I think they're really going to draft a ready-to-go guard to go in there. And at Ola Timmy,
I hope he can tie his shoes when he gets here, because unfortunately the guys last year couldn't tie their shoes. I don't know, man. You're talking about a third-round pick that got passed over for virtually everybody, and then a seventh-round pick and an undrafted guy.
And Haynes, Lamea, and
Sundell. I don't know. That's not.
And by the way, I'm not going to throw shade on that 2013-14 Seahawks O-line. Max Unger played a long time. Russell Okung played a long time. James Carpenter played a long time. Bruno Giacomini played a long time. Those are really good offensive linemen in the NFL. And that group and their push and their demeanor and their tenacity and all of that, that was a big part of setting the table for Marshawn and Russ and that whole crew to win that World
All right, let's try
Championship.
Michael in Yakima. Good morning, Michael.
Hi, good morning. I wanted to lead by saying that my first name is Michael, my middle name is Brock, so I thought that was pretty interesting.
That's shocking.
Michael Brock, yeah. Nice.
Yeah. I thought that was a pretty funny coincidence. But I had a question. If you thought what pitcher or pitchers on the Mariners you'd be willing to deal in order to add some bats to the lineup, who would they be?
Well, I got to start by asking you the same question.
I think Logan Gilbert's untouchable. I think George Kirby's untouchable. I think what we have left on Castillo's contract, we could part with, and we would probably have to part with one of our younger guys that have a little more longevity left, a little more upside, and that would have to either be Bryce Miller or Brian Wu. And so I think that's where the call gets really tough.
Yeah. I think right now the answer for me is none of them. I think right now is not the time to do that. If you were going to do it was in the offseason when you could have taken the savings and spent with it. I don't see any reason to do that right now. By the way,
anything, this little window of opportunity we're seeing right here with a struggling a little bit and a Kirby down.
How quickly do you go without one of those guys to Luis F. Castillo starting today in San Francisco?
It just doesn't sound right. I don't appreciate it because the F it's like
it's his name.
I know. Can we just call him Junior?
No,
please?
He's not Junior. He's 30 years old. He's Luis F. Castillo.
The F is Felipe. Do you want to call him his full name?
Yes.
Felipe?
Call him Luis Felipe if you want.
I feel
don't
better
care.
about that.
All right. Yeah, I don't think I'm trading any pitching right now. No thanks.
No.
Didn't look so good on the one day they didn't get pitching. That's for
this
sure.
is a little like window into that. You know, after Walter Jones, you did have Walter or Russell Kung, and then there was bad wet towel.
Yeah.
And then there were some guys playing that left tackle that was a reminder like, no, that's pretty important. Let's keep Dwayne Brown.
We're almost
around.
on. Last call. Jeff in Tacoma. Good morning, Jeff. You get the last word today.
All right, last word. That's just great. It's been a while, guys, but I just want to say this. There's two reasons why the Mariners are still in the position they are, and that's Teoscar Hernandez, Eugenio Suarez, and I'll just leave it on a Homer Simpson reference. That's what I call a depot-do. Thanks for the call, guys.
All right. There you go. Jeff got the last word in Tacoma today.
Yes, he did. Those guys doing all right?
They've been pretty good.
Yeah, Eugenio's had 5 bombs.
They've been pretty good.
Yeah.
They've been pretty good.
Some say that's just baseball.
Those guys struck out a lot when they were here, though. So I couldn't have them. They're just awful while they were here.
Teoscar was not coming back here.
They could have had him back here.
Not if Brock had anything to say about it.
He didn't. Yeah, he said so. He did not want to be a part of this thing.
He might have come back here if they'd given him a qualifying offer. It might have been for more money.
Yeah.
If I read you the number 917, could you tell me what that is?
Somebody's OPS since they left here?
Not OPS. That is Geno's slugging percentage this year. His OPS
I'm going to guess that's not going to last all year long.
No, it's not, but he's leading the league in home runs right now, and he's leading the NL in RBIs.
Strikes out too much, so you can't have him. Just can't do it. It's too many strikeouts. Can't have the strikeouts, man. The guy strikes out too much. You just can't have him around. All right,
he brings the good vibes.
Let's be done for the day. The Salk sarcasm meter is too high. We got to get out of here before there's a fire alarm or something.
Look forward to who you're hanging out with, too.
I can't wait to find out.
I
love playing as a solo and getting paired with 3 randos. I love it. I meet so many interesting people. I really do.
Yes,
I love them. And I like most of them. All right. Monday will be fun. We'll be back with you guys Monday morning.
I'm going to watch a little Husky spring practice tomorrow,
nice.
by the way. Monday I'll have some reports.
Let us we'll see how Luis F. Castillo does today as well. Felipe. Catch you guys Monday morning, 6 a.m. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next. Until then, the hay. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith signing a 2-year, $85.5 million extension with the Raiders.
Good for him, man. He took advantage of a great situation.
Would you have paid Geno that much?
Yeah, my number was around 40. Listen, you got younger, you got cheaper with Sam Darnold. The thing that you don't know is if he's going to be able to repeat that performance that he had last year.
If someone were to say Sam Darnold is going to give you Geno production at way less money, great.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification. We want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Washington State has the third highest cost of living in the nation. If Olympia politicians raise taxes again, the cost of everything from groceries and gas to housing will go up even more. They've already doubled spending over 10 years, with little to show for it. Washington State needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Demand smarter state spending now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer. But to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. In a consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance. All that's gone. After that's done, we pay you half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The NBA has fined John Morant $75,000 after the Grizzlies star again used a gun gesture to celebrate a three-point shot. The league first issued a warning to Morant, who was suspended twice in 2023 for incidents involving guns, after he used the gesture in a Grizzlies-Warriors game Tuesday. He made the gesture again yesterday, this time actually faced punishment. Given the popularity of the celebration itself, the decision by the league has been a polarizing one, with some critics arguing against Morant's fine. You've got matinee baseball today. The Mariners open a series on the road against the Giants. Pre-game show starts at 12:30 p.m. First pitch at 1:35 right here on Seattle Sports.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump and Stacy.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. It's a Friday, and we're actually getting you out of here early. You're heading to day baseball, a matinee game, series opener between the Mariners and Giants. We are taking you straight into the pregame show at 12:30, and then you got first pitch coming up at 1:30.